galactic friends, and welcome back to another huge clone on this channel. Today we are building a Trello clone with React Native, and this one is going to be big because of a different reason, because we are building something truly functional in this clone. So it's not just like about the UI and the different patterns that we implement. No, we will get into a lot of real functionality in this clone. We're gonna have things like a carousel, dropdown. We have a lot of different navigation elements. We have authentication, and we will also use cool things like push notifications in the end of this clone. To achieve all of that, we have two epic sponsors in this video. The first one is Clerk and the second one is Supabase. Let's talk about Clerk first. So you can check it out at clerk.com, and I've used Clerk for all my previous clone videos that you should, by the way, also check out, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel while you're at it. Clerk is an epic user management platform for all the needs of your application, and I really enjoy using it for all my applications and the authentication. But you can get started with Clerk entirely for free, and today we are using OAuth with Clerk, and on top we're gonna use some cool webhooks from Clerk. So you will learn how to connect Clerk and Supabase in the best possible way. The second part is Supabase. So I'm a big fan of Supabase since the early days, since the beta. I use Supabase for galaxies.dev as the backend, and it is just an amazing platform with everything you need in terms of backend services for your app, especially if you're building mobile applications, because you're usually not interested in like bringing up your own backend, and Firebase isn't so cool these days anymore. So Supabase will be used in this clone to store our data, to capture some users that are synced from Clerk. Then we also need to make sure that all of this works with row level security. We will use storage, we're going to use real-time data in our app, and a lot of edge functionality. So we're really diving into all of the parts that make Supabase great. Again, you can also get started for free with Supabase. Simply create an account, and even for Galaxies, which is my main platform, the hosting is like $25 per month, and it's capturing a lot of information. So go check out Supabase, go check out Clerk, links below this video, and make sure you support the channel, and don't forget to hit the subscribe button. I haven't counted all the hours, but it's probably 4 or 5 hours of this clone again, so all the code is linked below this video. Grab some parts, copy over some assets, bring in some snippets, because that's gonna make your life a bit easier. Check it out and start the repository so you can come back at a later point if you need to see how to make Clerk and Supabase work, because that is really what we're gonna dive in today. But before we start with the code, let's start with a gentle overview about the different chapters and what you can expect from this build. In the first part of our build, we will just set up Expo Prebuild and move away from Expo Go so we can use all the native modules we want and have a nice flow to develop our application. In the second part, we will set up our Supabase instance with a lot of SQL queries that you can find again in the repository below this video, and also our Clerk application that will be then connected to our Supabase instance. In the third part, we will talk about the UI for our login, which has a nice bottom sheet component that we can trigger if we actually click in the right place to reveal a bottom sheet from which we will be able to sign in. In the fourth part, we will actually implement the Clerk mechanism to use OAuth with Google or OAuth with Apple, so users will be able to sign in to our application using their existing accounts, and then we're gonna later talk about the routing to the inside area. In part 5, we will learn how to sync our Clerk users to Supabase using a webhook from Supabase and an edge function within Supabase, and how to connect all of this in our project. In chapter 6, we're talking about the inside area. We're gonna talk about the bottom navigation bar, how we can use custom images, and how we can protect that area from unauthorized access. Chapter 7 is about building these cool drop-down components, some navigation inside our application, and how we can move inside of a modal to a different page and just pass information around. Chapter 8 is then finally about saving those projects or those boards created in our application to Supabase and loading them in a Flatlist with refreshing logic and navigating to a page that is above our tab bar. Chapter 9 covers how we build a carousel in this page, so we will be able to have our own cards on different pages with bottom pagination and a logic to automatically add new lists at the end of our carousel. In chapter 10, we will talk about the general functionality to update our project with a simple menu to close a board, or to also update a card here with, once again, a pretty cool bottom sheet. In chapter 11, we are talking about drag and drop functionality with React Native and how we can connect the updates and the different events to our database. Chapter 12 covers how we can collaborate, and we will be able to manage board members. We will be able to search them in Supabase using another edge function, using a pretty cool RPC, and then finally bringing those members into our project so we can eventually see multiple boards from different members. Chapter 13 is about using Supabase real-time data, because if we collaborate, we can't just rely on our local data. Maybe another user is adding data, and then it should automatically appear in our list as well. In chapter 14, we get into image functionality, how we can select an image or capture an image and then upload it to Supabase Storage and finally display it as a list item. In chapter 15, we dive into the card details, how we can update our card and how we can finally assign this to different users. In chapter 16, we end the clone with push notifications. So when a card is assigned to a user, we want to send a push notification just like this to a user that appears at the top and which automatically routes the user to a specific card. To achieve this, we have to connect Supabase edge functions, Expo services, EAS, and a lot of different things. So this is really the big final of the clone. All right, if you can't wait to get started, then we have finally come to the point. Let's get into the clone. All right, so let's get started with the clone. We're gonna run the first command, npx create Expo app, and then follow this by the name of your project. I'm gonna call mine Trello Clone, and we're gonna use a template. We're gonna use the default template. I don't know if I actually have to specify default because it's the default, so probably I don't have to, but anyway, that's what we're gonna do. So this will create a blank new Expo project with currently Expo SDK 51, and this will also install your dependencies. You can also use bun if you want to, which might be a tiny bit faster than npm, and you might probably not get all these warnings here. But nonetheless, let's see. I will go with code-r Trello Clone, so it opens up in here. Oh, that was smooth, wasn't it, huh? You told me last time I should do it like this, and I think this was the way. Let's zoom a bit in for you. And then we just want to make sure that we all start with the same code. So during history, Expo changed the templates a couple of times. Right now, this is how it looks with file-based routing, what we're going to use. But I really want all of us to start at the same point. So what we're going to do is with the Expo SDK 51, there's something called scripts reset project. This will, guess what, reset your project to just barely 2 files. So now we just have an index file, which is one simple page, and we have a layout which defines a stack. This is our starting point. So no matter if you start on Expo SDK 48 for some reason, I really don't recommend something like that, or you're in the future and you're on Expo SDK 55, this is our starting point. We can now also get rid of the app example folder of the, well, we kind of can keep the components folder as we're going to use it, but I will remove all the stuff in here. We're going to also remove the different hooks, and you can also remove that folder. Now, instead of that, we want to do something called Prebuild. There's the Expo Go application, so I could now instantly run npx expo, and this would run my application. Oh, I'm already running something in a different port. Oopsie doopsie. Let's do it again. Okay, now it's doing it, and I can run and it would instantly open up here in my iOS simulator. However, we're gonna use a bunch of packages throughout this clone. And the Expo Go app is just for showcasing some basic stuff. So we just better do it right in the beginning, and I will show you how. So let's now install one more dependency. This is not really required. Just want to tell you, but npx expo install, the Expo dev client. What this does is it will give you the interface, can I still trigger is, like this in your application. So this cool debugging menu at the bottom where you like go home, or you can reload your application. This is pretty cool, otherwise you won't have that in your pre-build. So this is the reason I install the Expo dev client. The Expo dev client is not required to make a pre-build. Just want to get this clear. I have a video on all the ways to build your app, so I highly recommend you check that out as well. Now, just follow this up with npx expo prebuild, and this will ask you a couple of questions. First is, how would you like to be your package name? So I will just use whatever is recommended. Com Super Simon Trello Clone, same for iOS. Com Super Simon Trello Clone should be fine. I hope this is not getting me into any problems in about 4 hours when we do push notifications. Let's just hope it works. Okay, so this is now building our native Android and iOS folders in our project. And soon after, we can still use continuous native generation with Prebuild based on things and we specify in our app JSON. So within the app JSON, you're gonna find all the settings that Expo is now using, like the icons. Actually, in the according repository, you're gonna find some custom icons that I added. I think also a font. Let's bring this in. I totally forgot about that stuff. Actually not a font, but I was using a couple of icons, so I highly recommend, yeah, I want to replace that. Yes, replace all of that. Come on, can I just say for all of this? I highly recommend you check out the GitHub repository for this clone. Where actually is that GitHub repository? I will look this up. I should have it somewhere here. This is my own stuff. I will put a link in the description anyway. So there you're gonna find all the assets that we'll use. I actually made a little copy here, use some logos, and we're gonna use these throughout the video. So make sure you got that in your assets. Additionally, I have some colors defined, but really minimal colors here in my colors file. And probably while we're here, let's also talk about some types. I will bring them in as well. Again, check it out on GitHub. That's probably the easiest way. There's not really any use in like coding these types together. That doesn't really make sense. Just one recommendation. In many cases down here, where we use like the interfaces for board or task list, I use the JSON response. I copied an object, and then on the Mac you can press like Command Control P. What's opening my palette? Command Shift P. And then you do something like JSON to TS convert from Clipper. That's a pretty cool extension that you can install, which converts a JSON response into a TypeScript interface. Just a little recommendation. Meanwhile, after all that talk, our prebuild is finished and we can just run npx expo run, followed by the platform. So in my case, I really want to run this on iOS. If you want to run this on a connected device, then you would follow this up with -- device, and you can actually deploy to your device, to your iOS device over Wi-Fi. Additional note, I'm on a Mac, so I can make a local prebuild for iOS. If you're on Windows, you can't do this. For iOS, you will have to go for the Android simulator, but that shouldn't be a problem. You can just launch your emulator. Android is an emulator, iOS is a simulator. Like this one here, I have an Android Pixel 6 Pro emulator. You can just create these virtual devices through Android Studio, and then you can deploy it here. However, in the end, when we talk about push notifications or some native stuff, you're gonna need a device, an actual real device. But most of the time during this debugging and building phase, you should be fine with a simulator for iOS or the Android emulator. Cool. Haven't we talked about everything that we need? No, probably not. We still need an environment file. So at the top root of your project, create an .env file. And within that file, we're gonna have a few things. Do I have like a dummy env somewhere? Yeah, here. So over the course of this video, we're gonna fill these with the Supabase URL and Supabase ANN key. So we're gonna create our Supabase project in a second, and then we also need the Clerk publisher key. One note on these things, this is not a secure place for secret keys. This is a front-end application, it's a React Native application, any kind of app. So treat this carefully. Don't put your Stripe secret key in here or your Clerk secret if you use it in your front-end code. That's gonna set you up for a disaster, and you don't really want this. This is not like your typical server env file. This is more like a convenience for your product. You would probably also have like a constants file. And I just recently saw a reel on Twitter where there's like a service from which you can pull during the build phase like the env files. That was pretty cool. If you know about this, leave a comment below. I saw this. This is pretty cool stuff. Anyway, here we go. We quickly saw my splash screen that I added, and we are back with our app. I can actually close this now, and you're gonna see, oh, I copied in the stuff too late. Yeah, I copied in too late. My bad, my bad. Probably if you do a new Prebuild, we're gonna see the splash screen, so I just replaced like the app icon in here. Here's the new app icon, and I also replaced the splash screen. So in the future rebuild, we're gonna see this. Just a final confirmation, go to your index file, say something in here like hello Supabase and Clerk, hit save, and then we see our code is instantly here. So we have now continuous native generation going on. Make sure you are at this point, because this is really the foundation for our project, for installing all the packages later and using them in our own client and not within the Expo Go app. I know the temptation is high to just go npx Expo and then it works, and probably it works for a couple of chapters in this video, but trust me, you want to go with pre-built, and it's better to set it up right now, because then we can like continually think in that way and prepare our application that way. Speaking of preparation, let's move on to creating our Supabase project. All right, your app is ready. Now let's talk about Supabase and Clerk, the sponsors of this video. We need both, and we want to combine both in the best possible way. It doesn't matter where we get started. I'm right here in my Supabase dashboard. You can create an account with a GitHub account for free, and then you go ahead and create a new project. I'm gonna call mine Trello Video. I will generate a password and copy this somewhere. So I'm gonna take a note of this. We might need it later. I actually don't know. And I will hit create new project. This might take like a minute or two. So in the meantime, go over to Clerk. Create an account again for free and create an application. I will call this one Trello Video. We can already select a couple of options here, like Google Auth, Apple Auth, and whatever we want. What else did I want to use? Atlassian or Microsoft, something like that. Oh, upgrade to Pro for creating enable more. I will disable email and probably Atlassian. Okay, for now that should be fine. Just hit create. You can anyway change these settings as you go later. Then it's setting up in the background, but we can already do what's recommended here, and that is copying over our key to our application. So let's make this full screen right here. Go to the env and put it in right here. This is our first key. Cool. Now we just need to fill out two more. So this will help us to connect to Clerk. To connect to my Supabase instance, I go to Project Settings, API, and here's first of all the URL. That's what we need up here. And then we need the Supabase anonymous key. So that one's right here under Project API keys, hit copy. Okay, I hit copy, I paste it in here, and then we're mostly good to go for the moment. At least I hope so. We're gonna come back to this and how we connect them in a second. For now, let's also install the required dependencies. We might have to kill the pre-build for that. So the first thing we're gonna install is the Clerk Expo package. And we then follow this up. Why is NPM so slow today? I should have copied everything in one line. I don't know. Then we follow this up with npx expo install expo secure store. So that's the place where Clerk and the Clerk SDK will store my token. Did I press enter? Maybe it's me. Maybe it's not npm. I don't know. Could be both. Could be both. Anyway, this should hopefully in a second install the Expo Secure Store, and then we will also install the Supabase JavaScript SDK. Let's see. Is this doing something? Yeah, it is. So install please, and thanks for that. Finally, the Supabase JS. Okay, once we got all of these packages in place, we should be able to work with our application. For Clerk, I think we don't have to do a whole lot more. Let's check. Under social connections, we have enabled something like Google, we have enabled Apple and Microsoft, and we can enable in other providers. In the demo case here, we are using shared credentials. So that means we're basically using the demo flow or the custom Clerk servers. If you go to production, you're gonna have to specify these things. I think I had a video where I set this up for Google or for Apple. Let me know in the comments if you want to see more about this. Basically, you will then, have to supply some own credentials, turn off. So in that case, you're gonna need the Apple service ID, Apple private key, team ID, Apple key ID. You need this information to set up in your Apple developer account. And same for Google. Once you use your own custom credentials, you need the client ID and client secret and the scopes required to configure this correctly for not the development, but the production instance. So be aware of that. For now, we're gonna use the demo because that is really cool and helped us to get started really, really quickly with Clerk. Beyond that, I'm just curious what I set up as well. Specify whether users can have a unique username. I will set this to true. Passkeys, email verification. We've used SMS verification before. Users can have a name. Yeah, why not? Let's hit save here and change our settings. I think this should be all for Clerk. So we can now follow along. We've copied already this one. We installed the SDK. So now we can add Clerk to our application. We're gonna come to the code very, very soon. Besides that, under our project here in Supabase, we need to define my tables. Now, if you check out the GitHub repository, you're gonna find a Supabase folder in there. You actually find a SQL folder and you're gonna find a Supabase folder. I recommend you go into the Supabase folder and into the migrations file, which looks basically like this. So this is where I combined all the SQL commands for this application. You can see that's actually quite a lot, right? Should we go through them? Yeah, let's talk about them. So we drop all the tables if they already exist. I think there's one line missing. Drop table if exists notifications. Right, that's definitely missing. Okay. We're creating a users table in which we keep track of the Clerk users. We're not using Supabase authentication. We're gonna make it work with Clerk. So Clerk is the management platform with a lot of features for user management. And within Supabase, we're still gonna keep track of some information because that makes it easier in our day-to-day work in the Trello Clone. We have another table for boards, which is like the high-level thing you have inside Trello, which is actually referencing my users. So you're gonna see this pattern across many of the tables. This is like a foreign key to a different table. So this is a foreign key to up here, the ID of a user. And if we now drill down, here's a many-to-many table for user board relations. So user ID references users, board ID references board. And we have also on delete cascade because that totally makes sense. If the board is deleted, then this entry should be deleted as well. And it continues, we have a list table, we have a cards table, some information and checks going on. We have a notifications table, which will be later used to create some push notifications. Then we have a statement to enable a replica here in a full mode, which is required if we're using Supabase Realtime, which we want to do. And in that case, we are also getting the deleted records, which I previously wasn't able. Okay, then for a Realtime, or to enable Realtime within Supabase, I have to add them to the Supabase Realtime publication. And then it continues with some interesting stuff. Some functions, actually. You don't really have to understand all of this. You can also skip to the next chapter if you want to, but I think it's a good idea to understand at least what's going on. So this first function is part of the guide for integrating Supabase with Clerk. This is a bit challenging, so I think this is highly interesting for you. And this is actually the first function you're gonna see here. Which will get the Clerk user ID of the requesting user from the request headers. We're gonna see how to make that work in code, but this is a little function that actually, if we search for it, you're gonna see it's used here and there, it's used in some policies, and it is really helpful. We have another function which will give us all the boards of a user. This is going to be really helpful. So select board ID from public user boards where user ID is equal to the requesting user ID. This is going to be really helpful. Then we have something, handle board edit. So whenever a new board is added, we will automatically insert into the user boards relation table that new board ID and user ID. So this automatically works. It's like a trigger in the database that is called when something happens. And we see this again actually here. So here we have a trigger on board created. After insert on boards, execute my procedure, handle board edit. So here we define the trigger, and here we tell the trigger it should execute that function when that trigger happens. Really, it's kind of easy stuff. The syntax might scare you, especially if you're like a front-end developer, but ChatGPT is really helpful. And also within Supabase, you have a SQL editor in which you have an AI assistant on the side where you can ask questions. So that was really helpful in developing this code. Okay, let's continue. We have row level security. This is our way to make sure that our database is protected within Supabase. We have a bunch of policies to check that users can create boards if they're authenticated. Users can view their own boards. So here we actually make use of our get boards for authenticated users in a policy. So it's getting a bit more complicated at this point, but all of this should totally make sense. Users can delete their own board if they are the creator. We just have like some general rules. We have some rules for the row. Actually, we have no policies for the user boards table because users should really not, or are they? Yeah, they are interfering with that. Yeah, users should be able to view that definitely. Then we also have list row level policy. Again, stuff like this. If you are within or if you have this board, so the get boards for authenticated users is really like a key function here. For users, we enable row level security as well. And then this is something we're gonna probably talk later about. We have something to search our data. We then also create a storage bucket where we can upload files. This is probably a place where we can come back to later. This is for creating notifications. Yep, and that's everything. So we're gonna go through the later parts once we reach them. I will now try and run everything in here. Yeah, I assumed so. Syntax error in here. What is the... Okay, I shouldn't have... Oh no, this is now going to happen in many places or only here? Let's see. Last edit timestamp with default timestamp null UTC. This is interesting because when I ran all of these one by one, it definitely worked. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong right here. By the way, what you can do as well is you can actually also use the Supabase CLI, and then you could run like Supabase init in your project. This will generate some Dino settings. So we're gonna postpone this for a second, but just wanted to let you know there is actually a way to also run Supabase locally. This requires you setting up Docker locally, and then you can run your own local Supabase instance, which is really cool. But we're gonna have this connection between Clerk and Supabase and the webhooks and syncing users. So in order to make all of that work, we kind of have to use the cloud instance or a hosted instance anyway. That's why I'm not using the local Supabase instance in this video. But wanted to let you know that there is a way to do that as well. Looks like I forgot another comma here. Oh, now everything worked. I just had like 2 missing commas. Come on. That's ridiculous. Oh my. I was so close to a perfect SQL query. Okay. If all of this was executed for you, you should be able to see under the table editor many tables and all of their columns. You can inspect them. We don't really have to work with them, but you should be able to also see like the auth policy. So you can go into all the policies of your tables. You see for boards, for cards, for lists, for notifications, all the row level security. Additionally, under database, we should see our functions. So let's zoom in a bit. Here is get boards for authenticated user, handle board, notify user, requesting user ID, and search users. All of them are defined in my database. And I do have the 2 triggers set up here as well. Onboard created is running after the insert event, and on card assigned, which is regarding push notifications, runs before update. Cool. I think we actually have everything in place. We don't really need to work with authentication. We should, by the way, see a new bucket under files. Okay, so my storage bucket was created as well. We don't really have an edge function yet. We're gonna have one pretty soon. But for the moment, make sure your Supabase instance is up and running. Should be actually fine. Unable to connect. Well, that's not a big deal right now. Make sure you have your Clerk instance. Make sure you have the environment set up with your keys and the packages installed that we did previously. So once you got all of that, let's jump into the fun and start with our login flow. Let's write some code. For that, we need to open up our index, our layout, and we're gonna have one additional component. Maybe we already create that file. I will call this one the auth_modal.tsx. Using my snippet React Native functional export component to create the basic template, and these are the 3 files that we need. With that in mind, I can run my Expo. Oh, actually, I need more packages. Yeah, right. There were 3 packages I wanted to add at this point. The first one is the Expo React Native action sheet. The second one is the Expo web browser. And then we also add, sorry about that. Where's the scrolling? Where is it? Come on. The last one is the Gorham bottom sheet. So technically what we want to do is something here we can see in our application, right? Let's zoom in more. Why is it getting smaller when I zoom in? That doesn't make sense. Okay, so here is our login. We have an image up here in our container. We have some text, we have 2 buttons, and down here we have some like FAQ, and this stuff is actually also triggering a bottom sheet. So this is where the action sheet comes in. And pressing on the login or the sign up button will both open up sort of a bottom sheet component. So it's a pretty interesting flow in the Trello application and definitely something we can handle. So after installing these things, let's go npx expo run iOS and let's forget about it for a moment, and then let's check out what we need to do. So in here, we can already prepare this a tiny bit. So what I usually use is something like an initial layout in here. So const initial layout looks like this. And then down here, I have another root layout, nav. Actually, I call it usually just nav. I'm gonna try and follow what you see in the repository as well. So in here, we're gonna first of all wrap my application with the action sheet provider. Action sheet provider, can't you automatically import yourself? Come on, it comes from Expo React Native action sheet. It has no children. Yes, that is a problem. So in here goes my initial layout. Because we're using Gorham bottom sheet and some other stuff later, I will also wrap my app with the gesture handler root view. Oh no, not props. Why is that import so? I don't want this. And give it a style of flex 1. Why always me? Okay, so this allows our app to use React Native gesture handler that's required in many places. Additionally, I might also change my status bar. So do we have an import from status bar from Expo? No, of course not. Why should you give me the right import here? That would totally not make any sense, Visual Studio. So let's do this manually. Import status bar from Expo status bar. Should turn it light at some point. All right, this is all for now, I think. The only thing I don't want, is this showing my stack? This is interesting. Where is my header? Because, I mean, I don't want the header, but it's still interesting that it's not showing up right now. So usually what I would do is say header shown false. But it looks like I don't even have to. That is interesting. Is it rendering everything correctly? Oh, we're not using this. We're not using that stuff. So let's use true. And then I will tell you the little secret here, which is to export actually my layout here. All right. React children only expect one yada yada yada. Yep. Cool story, bro. Let's put this around it. And then everyone's happy. Okay. So I'm action sheet provider. I have the status bar light. I still see the header, which I will now finally turn off, and then we can close the layout for a moment and focus on the index page. Now on that page, I will start by actually wrapping my application in a slightly different way, and we will also use style sheet, right, to create our own little styling down here. Yeah, that import is totally wrong again. I really need a shortcut to like import style sheet, create this down here. I don't know. Let's start with some container styling. For our container, we probably want to have this span the whole width, and then we can change this here to styles.container. Okay. Good. Additionally, I want to use a little background color. Let's use our colors. So make sure you get the import right, which is from @constant_colors, and then we have our own color in here. And I still want to align the items in the center. Now, we do see something, which is we have no padding up here. And especially on iOS, you have the header inset here, which we need to calculate. There's a pretty cool hook that we can use. So we can use top from use save area insets from the React Native save area context package. And we're going to use an array syntax here now to also use that value. So I can now simply say, hey, please use this padding top, and voila, we are here. That looks a lot better, right? Maybe we also want to use like even more padding, so I will add 30 to the mix in here. Additionally, we can keep the text for the moment, but what I really want is an image component. This image should have a source pointing to my local file, so I can actually use require in here. Not the biggest fan, you can also do it slightly different, but this way it should render efficiently in our application. So the file should be under login trello.png, and we probably want to put in some styling. So let's say styles.image, and then we can close this component and bring up some image styling here. Did I have a typo? Let's check. Actually, it's not just add assets, it's add /assets, and there we go. That's better. I want to kind of use this a little bit bigger, so let's change the height. That messes up the height. Now let's use it like this. Let's just set the height to 450, some horizontal padding of like 40. Oh, you don't like that? Yeah, we should also set the resize mode. Now we'll set this to contain. So then we have it contained in that box with additional horizontal padding. On top of that, we might need some intro text styling. So I will use it up here, styles.intro text, with a little bit of bigger font size and font weight, and the text was something different here. So like this, move teamwork forward even on the go. Yeah, that's definitely what we want to do. Now remember, there was some text or some bottom stuff going on here, and that's what we're going to put into another container. So let's add another view here, and I will set the style to styles.bottom container. That's what I want to call this. And everything goes into this bottom container. Now, this bottom container, I don't know exactly if I want it like this, but let's just try it out. The first thing we need is a touchable opacity. So we're gonna give that touchable opacity some sort of button styling in a second. So styles.button, and then we probably need different background colors, I guess. Okay, so we have the button styling. Actually, the button styling and the button text will be reused. So just some general padding, border radius, aligning the item, and some border color. It actually already shows up here. I probably don't need the bottom container like this. What I really want is to have the elements some gap between them, like 10. And I want to have, let's remove all of this and let's just get a button on there first. So our first button could say something like log in. Okay, we can't see it because the first button should also have like a white background. Let's use the array syntax again. So if possible, I want to reuse this, and I just in some cases need to override it. So in this case, I will change the background to white, so we have a button like this. Then we have another one. Let's just copy this. In this case, I don't want to override it. And my text color here will be white. So this one should say sign up. Okay, this is my second button. And I want to make sure that this view now actually uses the full width. So I will give this one a width of 100. Okay, that's probably a problem. So let's use my padding horizontal of 40 again, just like we had on the image. So then we have aligned everything on this view. We have the login and we have sign up. Cool. For both of them, we will actually present my modal. So let's start and add a little function, and we're gonna call show modal. And this is going to be an async function, and we're gonna pass a modal type in here. Where did I define like my modal type? I think this comes from my enums, right? Yeah, from the file that we previously had. So it could either be a login or a sign up modal. Actually gonna be pretty similar, but I still want to embrace the differences here. So then we can use these as on-press events here. So this one should simply be show modal, and then what was the type? Modal type dot login. And for the second one, I can just copy this over, and this one should be whatever, the second one, sign up. Here we go. Cool. This is not doing anything at the moment, but we're gonna get there. Trust me, in a second. Now, we do need some more styling because we have like a little text below. We have like a description and a link. So let's move to the end of my styles and add a description styling, like small font size. And then we have a link which has text decoration underline. This is going to be helpful as we position our items down here. So this is actually somewhat challenging. Like if you have a text and you want to have some pressable elements included, yeah, something like this, but let's close it for the moment. Okay, we're gonna start with our description, which will say by signing up, you agree to the, and then comes a word that you want to click on. So what you're gonna do in that case is, by the way, this should be like user notice is the actual text. Then we have the style, styles.link. So it looks already like this. You need this actually in here to have a space, okay? If you put something like this here, you can make sure that there is a space here. Let's hit save, and then, okay, it breaks it down to the next line. That's not a big deal, but that's what we wanted. And what this should also do is like it should open a link. So let's have a function open link. We will actually not really pass a URL to that. We're gonna make it just a little fakey here. So now I can attach this to my text component. Okay, on press, I want to call open link. And now I can follow this up, and I also agree to the privacy policy. And then I have a dot. Let's see. Okay, there's still, this one needs to go up here. By signing up, you agree to the user notice. This N. Nobody said it's going to be easy. Okay, by signing up, you agree to the user notice and privacy policy. So I can click on both of them, and I will just open up a web browser for the moment. So this will use the, I think we installed this, right? This is why we installed the Expo web browser in the first place. So let's use the web browser, open browser, web browser dot open browser async. I'll actually just open galaxies.dev. So if I now click on this, voila. And notice a small difference. In many cases, if you use a link and you press on it, it opens up the system browser. That means it basically on iOS like goes to Safari and opens up the link in here. This is many times not what you want. You want to keep your users in your app. So if they now click on my privacy policy, I mention here's the privacy policy, and then I click done, they are still in the app. They are not leaving the app. So that's why we are using the web browser in this case. Additionally, we also have a little helper function to open up the action sheet. So let's put in open action sheet in here, async function something. And this action sheet will now use the use action sheet hook. And from there we can destructure this and extract the show, what's it called? Show action view with options from use action sheet. Let's see. Is declared, but it does not exist. I probably have a spelling issue. Show action sheet with options. That's what it's called. Okay, cool. And we need a button to trigger that one as well. So let's just put another text behind our previous text. So can't log in or sign up, then press here to show my little action sheet. And to present the action sheet, let's just do two things first. First, I want to define my options. I can view the support docs, I can contact, or I can cancel, and the cancel button index is 2, 0, 1, 2. Simple as that. And now we can use the show action sheet with options hook. We pass in my options, the cancel button index, and we also pass in a title, I would say. So something like this, or in the actual app, it's can't log in or sign up. And then we have my, actually no, it doesn't have to be like this, but the selected index of what the user clicked on. This is a total mess in here. I don't want that. So let's just close it for the moment. And let's see that we make this line work first of all. Okay, so let's put in a simple login here with a selected index. Cool. So I can now bring this cool sheet up. I can press this one, log 0, log 1, and this would log 2. So we have all the options. We can do whatever we want. You can put in a simple case like switch selected index, case 1, do something, case do something else. But the thing is, the action sheet and the show action sheet with options is actually a pretty cool thing that shows this native sheet. And on Android, it would look accordingly like an Android action sheet. So I really like that one. Cool, we've done a good job actually on this page so far, but we still want to present my bottom sheet modal. To do this, we're gonna wrap our view completely with the bottom sheet modal provider from, not from the node modules, please, for the sake, not from node modules. Okay, from Gore Home bottom sheet. Okay, then we also need to put this here, so it's wrapped around my app. Cool. Now we are able to use a bottom sheet on this page and trigger it on demand. What we need additionally is to define some settings. So we want to have 3 different things. We're going to have a bottom sheet modal ref using useRef. The bottom sheet modal type. We use useMemo still, maybe not in the future anymore, to define the different breakpoints where that modal can like not stack, but like be glued or whatever. Or snap, like snap indexes probably. And then we also have the auth type. I will just use this state to distinguish between login or pressing sign up. So basically when we present or click on show modal, I will call set auth type to the selected type, and then I want to present the current bottom sheet modal. Now, the last missing piece here is just defining that modal somewhere in my page. So I can just do bottom sheet modal down here. And within the bottom sheet modal, we're gonna have a little view for the moment. And then little text. Let's say auth modal. Actually, we could render my auth modal right in here. We don't even need the view, I just noticed. So let's use the auth modal we created a couple of seconds ago and use the type. The auth modal doesn't know about that type. Yeah, that's true. So let's define an interface here called auth modal props. And the auth modal props are just the auth type. So that's our way to passing down that type. It's actually a modal type from my enums or null. And then I should be able to get the auth type here by destructuring my auth modal props. Cool. And this should be the auth type now. All right, now everyone's happy. How do we trigger that bottom sheet modal, and how do we complete the actual UI of it? That's a good question. So there are a couple of things. We need to set the ref here, which is simply my bottom sheet modal ref. So I can then later control it from code. Yes, I still need, I should probably finish this setup here. I will set the initial index to 0. I will set the snap points to the snap points we defined. And then, it already works. Nice. Okay, I can drag this over. I actually don't want this today. So let's define a few more settings. So I also don't want that handle. So I will set the handle component to null. That should get rid of it, right? Then I want to disable enable overdrag set to false. So now I cannot drag this any further. And this is actually already enabled. Enable pen down to close. Just want to make sure that this is set up correctly. Cool. That works pretty nice. Additionally, when this comes up, I want to render a little backdrop. And there was a cool code within the repository of the bottom sheet to render a backdrop using use callback. So this renders a bottom sheet backdrop component, pretty nice. And then you can define your opacity here and at which index it appears. So you're gonna have to tweak this to your needs. In my case, this should be correct because at the first snap point, it should appear and then disappear. And then you just need to connect this in your bottom sheet. So simply say backdrop component equals render backdrop. Now, nice. I really like the Gorham bottom sheet. It works in most cases pretty flawless. And what's missing is simply implementing that little piece down here, which we kind of outsourced to the auth modal for a reason, because that makes it a bit easier to just build that view. So we can keep the index as it is. We're basically done with that page, I think. Not basically, we are done with that page, and we can just implement the auth modal. So as you know, or as you've seen, there will be a couple of options that you can log in with. So to define them, I created this little array up here using my auth strategy interface, or enum. And additionally, I used the assets, so make sure at this point to check out the repository and probably grab that code for both the images and the interfaces if you haven't done so far. We're gonna get into the Clerk integration in a minute. For now, let's just define something like on selected auth, and then we're gonna say equals async strategy auth strategy, and I will put in a log and close this. Okay, this is where we're gonna have to do Clerk authentication. So for my view, this is now quite easy. Actually, I think this is the style sheet one. Eh? So it would be so cool if I just do this snippet and then put it put the style sheet into the import. It's like all I ever want from this. Like if you have an extension or something like this, please let me know in the comments. I would love to have something that improves this. Okay, anyway, we're gonna have a modal container, and this should be wrapped here. So I'm gonna wrap this with the bottom sheet view. It's a simple component, not view, not bien, bottom sheet view. And the style is styles.modal container. So this modal container will use flex 1. We're gonna align the items actually at flex start. Flex start. And then we're gonna have some padding, of course. So let's use a padding of 20. So everything has a little bit of padding and gap between them as well. Cool. Okay. So then we do have one special case where we have a touchable opacity that is not one of these, let's get the import right, which is not one of the social icons, because this is the email sign in. So I will set this to styles.modal button, something we still have to define. And then we're gonna place in like an icon from Expo Vector Icons, name, mail outline, and a size of 20. And then we have some text, which should also have its own style. So this is like the styles.button text. Okay. And then at this point, we could actually distinguish between the auth types passed to this component. We're going to do this in a second. So the modal button should look like this. So it has a flex direction row and some gap between the items as well, and a white border color. I just noticed if this has a white border color, how am I able to see this? What am I doing here? When I'm joking, like why? Am I missing something here? Like absolutely no need to have a border. I don't know. I just want to say button text and it renders to like the most longest import you've seen in history. Okay, anyway. Okay, here is a first button, which is now saying login. If I go here, it says sign up because we passed it along. So log in with email or sign up. Actually, we could have like simplified that to, it could be shorter. Could look like this if we make with email. Totally unnecessary. Things that are totally unnecessary in your application 101 with Simon. All right, here we go. The rest of this is just mapping through the login options. For the image, yes, we need an image component. So let's put this up here from React Native. Did Copilot get this entirely correct? Wow. Wow. You amaze me today, sir. Option icon, we haven't really set up a button icon. Let's do this here. 2020 and the resource mode contain. Style, let's use styles.button icon. Makes it a bit smaller, but no big change. And then we have my option.strategy when I click on selected auth. Perfect. So that means I can now click on this OAuth Google, OAuth Microsoft, OAuth Apple, OAuth Slack. We are perfectly prepared. We have a separation. We could actually have different flows. We will not go through the email flow today. We've done this in our other clones. Check them out. We've done OTP with Clerk. We've done email with Clerk. And today we're using OAuth with Clerk. So at this point, I think we're in a pretty decent spot with our login. We have this functionality to open the web browser, to open Actually, so actually there's quite a lot going on. The only question I have is why is my status bar style not light? This is probably the most pressing question I have. Status bar from Expo status bar. I honestly, I don't know. Can I put it here? Oh yeah, then it turns light. We figured it out. Perfect. This section is a perfect success in building our Trello clone. And with that being in place, let's head over to Clerk user authentication. Alright, now it's getting a bit more challenging, so I figure we put the preview here on the right hand side. We might even not use it in many cases because first of all we need to write some code. We now want to integrate Clerk with our Expo application. That is step number 1. And then we want to make sure that Clerk is also connected to Supabase and that we then finally sync our users. So a lot to do. Let's get started. The first thing we want to do is we actually want to import the Clerk provider and use auth from Clerk Expo. Additionally, we will also import the secure store. So there's some nice code. You can actually check it out in the basic getting started guide. So usually you're gonna add your or you grab your key and then you put it around your layout. That's what we want to do here. So let's get ahead. Let's get my Clerk publishable key from my env as string. This prevents some issues. And additionally, you can also use this code, which also comes up in the Expo Quick Start Guide, to use the secure store for storing the JWT. So a simple implementation for a token cache, get token and save token, both simply using the secure store instead of the default. With that in place, head over to your app and I will just put it right around the app. So the Clerk provider goes around it. I have my publishable key, which is of course the Clerk publishable key. And then we also have the special token cache, which is my token cache function. And this is simply wrapped around the whole action sheet provider. By the way, couldn't I just copy this up here now and then get rid of this line so it looks better? No, it's actually not working really great. Let's put it in here. I don't know why, but this also looks really nice. This really looks good to me. Okay, this is how we get Clerk into our application first of all. Now let's head over back to my auth modal, because inside of the auth modal, we want to connect or create the actual users. To do this, we need a couple of things. So in general, you would use the use sign up and use sign in hooks from Expo. Additionally, with my OAuth flow, I need a few more lines. So I use the use OAuth flow, and probably making it a bit easier, I will just remove them. You're gonna pass in the strategy that you want for that OAuth. Because I used my enums, I have like these words. In the documentation, you will sometimes just find the words in here, but I feel like it's a bit better to have them inside an enum. Additionally, usually this would just be like start OAuth flow. The problem is that I have 3 more of them. So that's why I map start OAuth flow to a different name. This is all what this line means. So that means all of these like export the start OAuth flow, but they will be then available as Google Auth, Microsoft Auth, Slack Auth, or Apple Auth. Okay, I hope this makes sense. This is a bit of like TypeScript fun and making it slightly bit more challenging to read, but I think it's worth it because otherwise you're gonna be very repetitive. So then if we don't have, or if sign in or sign up is not yet ready, we will just return in here, but that shouldn't be a problem. Then we can grab my selected auth strategy by creating a little object which contains all of these, and then we grab the element at the index or at the key strategy. So this is the strategy. This will just give us one of these elements, just making it a bit easier. Now, previously or initially, I had a very easy flow in here, or a very simple flow. So I would just do something like this, try, then I would use my selected auth, and I would get back the created session ID and a set active function. This should, by the way, be auth. Where did I go wrong? Here. Okay, cool. And with that in place, you can simply check if this contains a created session ID. And if that is the case, you can use the set active function with the create session ID. It needs to be passed in as an object. So session created session ID cannot invoke an object which is, yeah, at this point set active should exist. And then you can log out like console log session created. And you can have a little catch block here with an error. This would be a very easy case and will actually probably already work now. So you see I can use Google or continue with Apple, wants to use Apple or whatever you select. However, there's a pretty cool way to improve this with OAuth account transfer flows. So it is common for users who are authenticating with OAuth to use a sign-in button when they mean to sign up and vice versa. For those cases, sign-in, sign-up objects have a transferable status that indicates whether the user can be transferred to the other flow. So if the user has used something like this in your application, you can make your life a tiny bit easier. And you can just preface this code here with the information from Clerk. So the first part was to check if the user exists but needs to sign in. So the user might already actually exist in your account or in your application in Clerk. So in that case, we have here transfer true and our set active function. Additionally, if the user has an OAuth account but does not yet have an account in your app, you can create an account for them using the OAuth information. So again, we can copy this part over afterwards. And only then, if this is also not matching, we're gonna do our try here. So this is a nice improvement of our flow, and I really like every time I use Clerk, I learned something new, and this transferable is totally great and a great way to improve your OAuth flow. Thanks again to Roy who pointed this out, I think, to improve the code. Good. With that in place, should we give this a try? We don't have any users yet, so let's try. I will click sign up. I will continue with Google. I will just hit go. I use my account. I click continue, and let's see. Yeah, that would have been too easy, huh? Okay, let's see. Where is my log? Missing catch or final clause. Attempting to load the view of the was a deallocating. Syntax error. Missing catch or finally clause. Which line? 52. All right, so my problem was actually a setting in Clerk. So I just verified that I also need to enable email address under email phone username, and then I also disabled like a couple of other things. So make sure your settings look somewhat like this, and then you should see that created session ID is in my logs. And that should also mean that if I go to users, voila, here we go, I am inside the application. Pooh, that wasn't actually too easy. So I can get rid of most of the console logs, you know, like poor man's logging going on strong in here. Couple of things more. There's a recommendation to add one more file. So let's create a new hooks folder. That already exists, that's great. And in that hooks folder, I will add a hook called use warm up browser. This is a code from Clerk which will make it more efficient, especially on Android. I think not on iOS, but on Android, this will improve the OAuth flow, and you can simply call this now here, use warm up browser, import the hook, and it won't hurt your performance on iOS. So in terms of the auth model, we are pretty much set because we can now grab that information in a different place and handle it with Expo Router in our application. Now, we also want to have some connection to Supabase, and this is where it gets challenging. So there's a great guide here on integrating Supabase with Clerk. We've done a couple of things already. We actually do have a table in Supabase with user ID. We have this function requesting user ID. We have created role level security policies which use this requesting user ID in some places. And now we need to make sure that this part also works. So what we now need to do is we need to create a Supabase JWT template. For this, go to your dashboard, go to JWT templates, and click new template. We're going to use the Supabase template. I will use the name Supabase. Rest of this can stay the same, but we need a signing key. And this signing key comes from our application here. Is it actually under authentication or project settings? Yeah, here is the JWT secret. I can reveal this. I will anyway close this, or and will close my Supabase instance at some point. So I could paste this in here, and then we can. Where do I actually save? I need like a couple of saves here. Okay, Supabase. So that should exist. Good. Once this exists, we can head over back to my code. So this is what we did. We copied over the JWT secret. We added the signing key, and that's all. Now we need to make sure that this JWT template is used in my application. And they have a pretty cool code for this, which basically declares a global here, and then creates the Supabase instance. We kind of use that code in a slightly different way. So let's put a new file under utils. Let's make sure. How can I put like something? No, not in here at the top level. I just want here. A folder called utils, and in utils I will create a new Supabase client.ts. So usually in many cases you're gonna see that Supabase is using the create client function to create a new instance of Supabase, and then you can make all the queries with the SDK. In this case, we also have another block to declare clerk on the window object and this get token function. And now we can write, actually, can we copy some of the code over probably? Okay, so this is how it could look like. We're gonna probably throw in some changes here and there, but basically that's it. So what we need is to have a function create clerk Supabase client, and we have our export const client down here calling that function. This function will create my Supabase client using the, not this, but the Supabase URL and the Supabase anonymous key. Then we have our global down here, so we can have some specific or additional options when using the create client function. And we get the Supabase token with a custom fetch method. So we get the clerk token by using await window clerk session get token. That's, by the way, why we declared this up here. If we hadn't done this, you see property clerk does not exist in window. So this is more of a TypeScript thing because it does exist. Important caveat. Here, template Supabase. This should match the name that you gave your JWT template in Clerk. So JW template here, I named mine Supabase. If you named yours fancy Trello clone that Simon did, then you should use fancy clone that Simon did in here, okay? But I'm pretty sure that's clear. Then it constructs the headers. It uses the clerk token with the Bira here and returns this with our custom options. We can actually put in a little lock here, like saying Supabase client initialized. Actually, we should do this in the fetch function here. Okay, let's do it. We probably won't see this yet because we're not even using the client yet. So there are two more things that we want to do. We want to do a new folder. I'm going to call this one context. And I will bring in the file from the repository. You should also do this because I don't want to create this whole file together with you. This is all the logic and the functionality we're going to use with Supabase. So we have everything in one place. We have a giant provider props here, which defines all these functions, and then we do the implementation. I will go with you through the implementation when it is necessary, when we talk about real-time auth or creating boards and how all of this works. For now, bring this in and comment out what's not working. So we'll comment out the base64 array buffer thing up there, which is related to uploading a file. So if you don't want that, you can probably just outcomment the upload file thing. Let's see if I comment this out, will it still complain? Yeah, because that function, okay, if I comment that one out, then it turns green. So everything relating file upload, you can just comment out for the moment. We don't really need that. Once we got this, we should actually be able to, I mean, we already did our authentication here. Let's see if we just did a call now on my index page. So if I press on login now, or open the action sheet, let's reuse this one. If I open the action sheet, I want to just make a call to Supabase to see if our code gets executed. For this, we just need to wrap my Supabase provider around the app. So I will do this in the initial layout. I'll just say Supabase provider, just like any other context provider you would use in your app. This will allow us to use Supabase in my application, and then normally we would go to like what's like the first boards page, and we would get the boards. Let's fake that real quickly here. Const get boards from use Supabase. Okay, and when I press open action sheet, I want to do this. Can I get the data equals await get boards? Okay, I have absolutely no idea if this works, but we see this log comes already from the fetch, so it did work certainly. And if I now press login or press what, open action sheet, it will say Supabase client initialized, so we do have a connection. We don't have any data in the database, so all that we did in here doesn't make sense, but we see that we can use my Supabase instance now because we have the context with all the functionality. This will also get the user ID from Clerk and use the user ID. Here we have a log for the Clerk token, actually for the real-time authentication. That's pretty nice. And we have my Supabase client in place. So at this point, we are able to make requests to my Supabase tables. We don't really have data, so that's why it's not working yet. But there's one more thing missing, and that is when a user is created in Clerk, I want that user information to be synced to Supabase. Okay, for some reason that might be helpful. And this was the missing piece for me in understanding how to piece together Clerk and Supabase, because I know Clerk is great for user management and Supabase is great for the database, but I couldn't really make sense of that before. But with the webhooks of Supabase and an edge function, with the webhooks of Clerk and an edge function of Supabase, it finally clicked for me. So let's implement that next. We are now getting into really advanced territory. I'm really excited about this because that part figuring out was really challenging. So I know that it will be helpful for many people who are going through this. What we want to achieve is that when a user is created in Clerk, I want that user to be added to the users table with most of the relevant information here in Supabase. So we do have a little record in here that we can connect to our boards and lists, and we don't have to like switch between the different providers all the time for information. So how do we go about this? First of all, Clerk offers webhooks. I can create a webhook here. I can add an endpoint and I can subscribe to events. So the idea is that when a user is created, we could also use deleted and updated. I will not really catch these, but maybe we're just gonna go with created for the moment. If a user is created, it will ping an endpoint and it will send a sort of a payload to that endpoint. We will get to that payload in a second when we can test this. Now, this endpoint should be somewhere within Supabase. So what we want to do is we want to deploy an edge function that takes this information from Clerk and creates an entry in the Supabase database. That is the whole idea that we want to do. In order to do this, let's get into our project and let's first of all run Supabase init if you haven't done this. Oh, I did this already. Let's see. Oh yeah, I did this at some point in the beginning for whatever reason, but I didn't really follow up. I didn't do anything else in here. What we want to do then is we want to call Supabase link -- project ref, so we can link it to our project. What is the project ref? Well, that should be like this part of the URL once you're in your project. Okay, so I'll put it in here. Enter your database password. That was the part where I took note of the password. If I could just remember where I placed this. I think it's this. Not entirely sure, but oh, there's a new version. I should go for that. But anyway, we have nothing quite new yet, I think. And so we can continue. We want to generate a function using the CLI. So we can now use Supabase functions new, and I will call this one create user. This will create in the Supabase folder, oh, I don't want to move that around, a new folder functions, create user, and there is an index.ts. Now, for whatever reason, this did not create the according Visual Studio settings. Why is that the case? Maybe I need to run it with npx so it's doing like the latest version. Nope. That's kind of a pity, because it makes it hard. Supabase edge functions are built with Dino. So you see there's Dino serve. You don't have to worry about that too much. I will guide you through what we need to do. But I don't really like all the red lines. And you can usually set up some VS Code settings. So previously I had these settings generated, Dinoland VS Code. And for the settings, it was enabled like this. And then I had also a VS Code or a Trello Clone workspace file at the root that was generated by the CLI, I think. So this defines my project root as one path and Supabase functions as another path. And then I will use for that second path Dino. So let's open this as a workspace. I don't want to do this. I still don't want to. Let's use. If you're asked, by the way, while you're setting up Supabase locally, if you want to create workspaces, do it. So you can now see we have my project root, which is still my application here. And at the same time, I have Supabase functions. If I now go into this, it should look a bit better. So we're not getting all the red lines in here. This is definitely a lot more pleasant experience. Okay, we have the import here for Supabase functions. What we need as well is an import for create client. So we can create or import this one. If we have uncached or missing dependencies, you can once again run Command-Shift-P and then use for Dino cache dependencies. That should hopefully in a second cache this, and then it should work. Now, what we can do as well, by the way, Thor from Supabase has great videos on setting up Dino in your workspace. I took all of the information here from him. He's really the OG when it comes to using Dino in Visual Studio Code. Now, let's head on. We are now grabbing from the Dino environment some values. These are default values. You can actually, I think, run something like Supabase secrets list, or you can actually look this up in your project. It should be, is it under edge function or project? Oh, where am I? Where did I define these? Is it in the database? No, it shouldn't be. It should be under edge functions. Okay, under edge functions, once you deploy some, you want to have a button for manage the secrets. Okay, we don't mind yet. But the Supabase URL, the service role key are like some defaults that you have right at your fingertips available. Okay. So now we can grab the information, and I kind of know what's going on in the webhook from Clerk. So let's first of all check that the request method is only post, so only post is allowed. We will not use the webhook secret of Clerk yet. I just want to leave a note here, take a mental note for this. So if you use the webhooks, you can technically use a webhook secret. And you can define this in your API, and then in your API, you can use a specific package, which will then create like, you see the payload, and it uses a new webhook using your webhook secret, and it makes sure that these match. So if you want to make sure that this is all safe, you would do that. But because the whole process here is already quite challenging, I will not do this today. What I will do instead is the following. So I would try to destructure and grab the relevant information like an ID, an email address, first name, image URL from my data. And then I would go ahead, and by the way, to get the email address, this is an array that we need to get one element from. But then the cool thing is we can directly work with Supabase. So I can use Supabase, and actually I should create my client up front, which gets rid of a few lines up here. What is this? Was redirected to... Okay, well, maybe just fix it. Or we could also just import the right command. So we can just import serve from Dino. That would make it a bit easier. This is a request type. Cool. Okay, so we can just call await Supabase from, that is the table. So from the users table, I want to insert, and now I want to insert the ID, email, first name, and image URL into that table. If we do have an error at this point, I would like to return, well, let's stringify that, a new response with the error. Otherwise, I would just return a new response and stringify the data that we got back. Property insert does not exist in Supabase Query Builder. Await Supabase create client from users insert. I would say so. From where did I go wrong here? This is definitely correct. Let's see. Am I getting the Supabase imports wrong? This is how it should look like. Property insert does not. This is really strange. We're gonna, for the moment, go with this because I definitely think that this is a different problem. Anyway, we should also make sure that if we catch an error, then we still return something, probably something, yeah, with the status 500 should be fine. Okay, so I can't really invoke this locally, or I could probably if I use Supabase locally. However, I will just go ahead and test in production. So Supabase functions deploy, and then I will follow up with -- no verify JWT. So this kind of makes this edge function unprotected. Yeah, you can insert users into my database. Not too big of a security issue at this point. If you just insert random data, you would probably want to make sure that at some point you verify the JWT from Supabase, which means I would have to put that information into the Clerk webhook. But let's take this one by one. So first of all, my edge function is now created. This gives me a URL. By the way, here's the button secrets. So we have URL, ANN key, service role, and the Supabase database URL. Don't need this right now. What I need is the URL, and now we can finally finish the setup for my webhook. Okay, this is my endpoint URL. I can have a description, create user in Supabase table. Okay, I will use only the user created event, and I will create it just like this. Cool. So let's see. We should be able, by the way, here's the signing secret. So this is the signing secret that I could write to Supabase to then compare like the signatures. I should be able to test this. So I can go over to testing. I will test the user created event. This, by the way, gives us a glimpse at, can I just, I don't want this part here. How can I make this bigger? It's just not getting bigger. It's probably me. It's usually not the UI here, it's usually me. But this is the object, by the way. This is why we use email address at index 0, which contains all the information. And then we have first name here, last name, image URL, and all other funny information that we are using in this line in our edge function. So we're trying to grab that information from the request. Cool. Do we want to just test an example? Let's do this. Send example. Ooh, we got succeeded. Oh, I'm excited. I am excited. I'm officially excited. And yes, information. This feels so good. Example, image Clerk. If you've made it this far, congratulations. This was the first big milestone of this tutorial, of this clone. Let's see what's going on. So we are now faking this webhook. It makes a post request to our edge function with this payload. We destructure this payload. We insert into my users table all the relevant information that I want to extract. And then I'm happy and I have a new user record. Now, wouldn't it be nice if we actually could try this with a real application? So npx expo run iOS. Make sure if you use the workspace stuff that you saw when I clicked on plus that it asked me in which workspace I want to start this. So my application is coming up here. At the same time, I should make sure that this user does not exist. So previously I created the user already. So let me not ban the user. Let's just delete the user. Let's do a little reload. Okay, possible unhandled rejection. I can read property session. Yeah, we don't have a session right now. We will take care of that later, yes. Okay, we don't have users in Clerk. We don't have users. We don't have users. We don't have users in Supabase. Okay, and I will now go through the regular sign-up that users would use in your application. So they would hit login or sign up, doesn't matter too much. They would go through the OAuth dialog, select their account, Apple, Google, Slack, whatever it might be. They continue to your application. In the background, the webhook is fired. The Supabase Edge function takes it and generates this epic entry in my database. I will probably make this a bit bigger, and it has exactly the right information. It even has an image, which is, yes, I can confirm this is officially me. So I don't know, but I don't know. I really don't know what to say. Once I had all of this in place, I'm a simple man. I just enjoy it because like I've connected something that's quite challenging to do with like webhooks and edge functions and getting data into the database. And this is not just something we can do with Clerk. So understanding this also enables you to use, for example, Stripe and the Stripe payment webhooks, okay? Set up an edge function in Supabase, let it write to your database. This is exactly how galaxies.dev, my online school, handles payments. If a payment is successful, I will catch it with an edge function and I will update the status in the database. There's no magic behind this. And once you understand that all of these tools, like there's a way how this works and it's usually not too challenging and complicated, then it opens up a lot of doors. Okay, that was the the monologue for today's clone. You can also check out, of course, the logs here of the edge. I don't know if we added any kind of logs. Yeah, we got like a little bit of booting up here. And you could also now check in the webhook what data was sent. So in case you want to write more data or you're not getting the right data out of the webhook, you can just check in here, like external accounts and image URL, ID, and whatever is in here. And I can also confirm that if I go into this user, it has the ID like users to something, whatever. And if I go into the table editor here, I can of course find exactly the same ID in here. So, that's pretty cool because at this point you could also have a bunch of other edge functions in your Supabase functions project. And actually in the end of this clone, we're gonna come back and use another edge function to trigger push notifications. That's gonna be real fun again because it involves more services. But for the moment, you should just make sure that you have all of this deployed correctly. That you have, of course, still your project up and running and that you can create a user in Clerk that is also synced to Supabase. Once you got this, we can continue and protect our Expo application. All right, we have our first users. Let's talk about the inside area of our application. And Simon has switched the views around once again. So where do we start? Let's go to the topmost layout file. This is usually the place where we want to make sure that a user is authenticated and either allow access to the application or prevent it. And we can do this because we were really smart at the beginning within the initial layout. So let's get access to the Expo router using use router. Okay, that is our router. And then we need a few more things. So we want to get is loaded and is signed in from use auth. So this is right from Expo. And additionally, we want to get the segments using use segments. This is basically like the URL that a user is currently going to. First of all, let's do a little bit of protection. If the user is, or if the app and our Clerk SDK is not loaded, we're gonna return just a little view with an activity indicator. Otherwise, we're gonna add a use effect block in here that runs whenever is signed in from Clerk changes. Okay, so whenever the sign in status changes, we're gonna run this. Once again, we're gonna make sure that if we're not loaded yet, we're gonna abort at this point. Then what we're gonna do next is we're gonna check if the user is trying to navigate to something in the authenticated group. And we do this by checking if segments at the position 0 is equal to something like this, authenticated. Okay, why this string, Simon? Why this certain string? I can tell you in a second. So right now our app looks like this. We will now add some more structure. We're gonna first of all add a new folder. This is a group because we're using brackets, authenticated. This is a simple group. We don't really have to, it doesn't matter. You could also just have authenticated, but I kind of like to do it like this. In that group, I will have another group, which I will call tabs. Now, I could, in theory, already have the tabs right here, but you, in many cases, have, do I still have like my GitHub repository somewhere? Of course not. Of course not. Can I open it up somewhere? Can you please somebody give me this? In many cases, you have like an inside area with a tab bar, like you can see here. And then you go to a page that does not have a tab bar, or it's showing some like a stacked modal. And if you only operate within a tab layout, it is going to be really challenging. So I like to keep the tabs as the tabs and still have a level above it, okay? This might be a bit, or look a bit strange, but it will definitely make a lot of sense. So in that case, what I would do is I would place a new layout file here next to the tabs. We'll call this layout. Oh my. And for the moment, we can return a slot. I don't mind this too much. So this will just route forward, no big deal. Within the tab bar, I will then have the actual tab bar layout. So layout.tsx, React Native functional export, layout, and this will be my tabs setup. Okie dokie. And to have the tabs setup working, we need a couple of pages. So let's just bring in a few. I have a search page, which is empty, notifications, my cards, and an account page, which is making use of use auth and a little sign out press. So we have a way to sign out our users. Additionally, I kind of want to have an index page. The index page will be my boards page, and on that boards page, there's a lot going on. It will have its own little stack navigation. So instead of having a index.tsx here or a boards.tsx, I will just create a new folder, boards, and within that folder, I will add an index.tsx. This is pretty much the same as having a boards.tsx in here. Okay, page, and let's call this one boards here. Cool. Now, the boards also needs its own layout as far as I know. Otherwise, it's gonna render in a strange way or behave in a strange way. So I will add a new layout here as well. And this will just be a stack navigation. Whew, that was a lot, huh? I hope we have everything in place. We have a layout here next to the tab. We have a tab bar, which sort of defines a tab bar layout, and another board which has its own stack layout. Good. That means I can come back to my topmost layout file in which I want to handle the actual authentication. So I get this check. So if the user is trying to navigate to something in that folder, what I want to do is I want to close this because it might actually trigger something in here. If the user is already signed in and is trying something that is not in the auth group, I will just automatically bring the user forward to the authenticated area. However, I will not use push, I will use replace, because otherwise users could just swipe back, and that's actually a pretty bad behavior. I also want to correct this because this is going to authenticated /tabs/boards. Else, if the user is not signed in, I will just call router.replace and set it to my login page. What should happen? Yes, exactly this, because we actually have a user session going on. We see we have a tab bar down here, which I can navigate. We also see we have many duplicate headers, so this is certainly something we want to work on now. So let's make sure our inside area looks more polished. For this, I want to first of all say for another stack in here. So for everything inside the tabs group, I will hide the header. No, actually inside the authenticated group. Okay, that gets rid of the first header. Now, some pages actually work, like search, account, my cards, notifications. They all look pretty good. Only boards does not yet work. So we need to make sure that for boards, we also need to disable the header. We can do this in the layout of my tab bar. In the level above, we only have a slot, so we have no problem. Yeah, cool. So that means we should technically be able to move into my tab bar layout and defining something that looks a bit more appealing. So for every entry, you see it's automatically picked up, but you can also specify some settings. So for example, let's start with the first one. This is like the boards page, and I can have some options here. And I want to make sure that I close it accordingly. Okay, so this also moves boards into the first place. So the order in which you define the tab screens here matters. Let's go for the second with my cards. My cards has a title, my cards. So if I now go here, it will use the title down here and it will use automatically the title up here. I also want to have a different tab bar icon. And I want to extract or destructure size and color so I can pass this to a custom component. I want to use material community icons, and I want to use the name view dashboard variant view dashboard. Where is it? Variant outline. Okay. And then I want to use the according size and the according color and close that. So this is how we can change the appearance of my screens here. Now for the other three, it's actually not too interesting. So let me bring in the three other tabs here. We have the search one, which is using ionicons. For notifications, I will also use ionicons, and for account, I will use font awesome. I hear you screaming, Simon, this is increasing your bundle size so much, but I want cool icons, so leave me alone. Okay, we have these pages defined pretty nicely. For boards, I don't have one yet. Why is that the case? Sit on your Sherlock hat. By the way, this time I'm drinking decaf coffee. I learned to like decaf coffee. You wouldn't expect, huh? I can highly recommend it. Less caffeine, always good. Taste is great. If you get the right source, it's great. Really great. Okay, first of all, I want to hide the headers so all of them have the same setup going on. I do want to set my title to boards. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Okay, it sets the title down here at least. And I want to have a specific tab bar icon as well. The interesting thing here is that in the real application, it's not using something like a font icon. It's actually using one of our assets. So you can go to images. No, not under login. I think it's using the logo icon blue or neutral. Okay. So if you want to use a custom image, you can do this, no problem. This is pretty cool with the tab bar. So just go ahead, import the image from React Native. For the style, for the width, use the size. For the height, use the size. I don't want any kind of tint color. And I also want to set the source dynamically. Okay, let's close it. And then let's check if this one is focused. So you can actually also get access to the focus state. If it is focused, I want to say require assets logo icon blue. And otherwise, I want to use logo icon neutral. Okay, this is too much here. Let's see. And voila, if it is focused, it is using blue. If it's not focused, it's using gray. I really like this. So if you have your own icons, you can just pass them into the tab bar icon function as well. You got size, color, focus, you got everything. I think, yeah, only these 3 props are available, but this is totally enough to use your own images if you want to. Now, let's finally wrap this up with some general options that I will apply up here. So in this case, it's called screen options, not options. And I want to set the tab bar active tint color to colors from my constants.primary. And additionally, I want to set the header style and use for the background color colors primary. This is not showing up here because this is using a different header. It's showing up here though. So we need to add header title style, and for the color I want to use, no, I don't really have a definition for white, so let's use it like this. Voila, we have a blue header on most pages, not here. So I will just go ahead and dive into the board's layout. And for that first page, which is stack.screenNameIndex, I want to set up these options. Definitely not tab bar active. But for the header style, I want to use my blue background color. For the header title, I actually want to use an image here as well. So let's change this real quickly, because then we have our setup complete. So after options, I can have, no, actually in options, I can have my header title as a complete separate component if you want that. So you can have your own component. In this case, I want to have an image from React Native once again. Style width should be about 120 and height like 50. And then I want to use the images Trello logo gradient white.png, and voila, we got it. I might have to set the resize mode to contain. Yeah. Phew. That's nice, isn't it? I think we've defined our inside area. That's pretty much the inside area you're gonna find in the Trello application, using a little custom icon here, using a custom title there. And most importantly, if I refresh, I will automatically be brought back to my inside area. And I can also, of course, sign out, and I would be brought back here automatically, because we have set this up in our topmost layout file where we have the logic. So if I reload, no, I wouldn't be logged in, but of course I could just go once again with the account I had before, log in, continue, and I would be immediately brought back to the inside area. So this is how you secure your Expo application using Clerk authentication and how it's connected to Supabase. So far in these first 5-6 videos, we've done all the basics of connecting our app. We don't really have any much functionality yet, but what we've seen so far is a pretty decent setup. So even if you would stop right now, you would have a great application. You have like the Supabase context in which you can make all the requests to your database. You have a setup with edge functions in your project. You might even have like a Dino setup that you can use accordingly. We have webhooks and we have the whole Clerk OAuth integration in our app. And of course, Expo Prebuild going strong. So if you're at this stage and you want to learn more, then let's continue with some real action and functionality in our Trello clone. All right, we are at a really good point because we are in the inside area. We have a blank canvas here to work on, and we're gonna do a lot of functionality over the next chapters. And I swear this is the last time I move the simulator to the right side in case you're getting annoyed, but I just wanted to have like the focus down on the tab bar, which I know is currently blocked by my head, which is probably somewhere here, I imagine. So I try to like move the simulator away whenever I cover too much of the important stuff. Anyway, what is the plan that we want to do now? Let's see. We are in the inside area and we want to start a new board. So we want to actually focus on this stuff here. We want to have this little plus button which opens up this menu, and clicking on create board will open a new modal like this, in which we can supply a name, and we can also select a background color which comes from another screen. So we have like an inside navigation within a modal, and that is going to be a bit more challenging. Additionally, this overlay is not something you get for free, and I know on Android this kind of doesn't really exist. They don't really have a good way of displaying stuff like this. But what we want to do is we want to use Zeego. I recently had a full tutorial on using Zeego on drop-down menus and context menus. We've also used Zeego extensively in the ChatGPT clone. I highly recommend you check it out, even if you just watch that part where you let like this force press and then a preview. It is really incredible. Great library by Fernando Rojo. By the way, he's been a guest on the Rocket Ship podcast, so check that out if you want to learn more. Good. With that being said, you have to install a few things. So run npm add Zeego React Native iOS context menu, React Native iOS utilities, and add React Native menu/menu. I already did this and started a pre-build, so we don't waste any precious time in here. And where do we start actually? That's a good question. We probably let's do a new component, okay? Let's do a new component. We're gonna call this one dropdown plus.tsx. Oh, come on, I'm too fast for this one. Okay, this is my dropdown plus. And on my index page here, which is authenticated tabs board index, we will make sure that this button is displayed up here. Why in here? That is actually a legit question. We could also do it here. Good point. Thanks for catching that. Yeah, it's always good to improve the code. So I'm now in the layout file for the boards. Okay, this is where we are. Okay, and we can use the header right prop here to supply our own component, which is now the dropdown plus. Okay. Element, whatever, yeah, I have to hit save, and then I have my dropdown plus up here. Why am I doing it like this? There's a reason for this. Because I want to now implement the Zeego dropdown menu, and the dropdown menu needs to be its own component. You can't just easily attach it to a different component. So it's kind of a good idea to just put it in this place here. I was just wondering, maybe we can do something. Yeah, well, let's see. Take one step at a time. So in order to build our drop-down menu, we could use some code from Zeego. So we're going for a drop-down menu, and it basically looks like this. Okay, let's see if we can bring this in here, and if we get too many issues, yeah, we will get, because these are just like placeholders. But it's our basic structure, and it's actually not too bad. So as the trigger, we're gonna use a touchable opacity. Come on, I just wanted to use the touchable opacity. I wish in the year 2030 this would get better at some point. Okay, Ionicons, let's use the let's use a bigger size of 32. Okay, this is the trigger, and the trigger is what's actually displayed up here later. So this is the icon. And then we have the drop-down menu content. The drop-down menu content is the actual stuff that will be displayed once we press on that drop-down. Let's use a drop-down menu.group. We're gonna group a few things together. And then I will use a drop-down menu item in here. The item might also have a drop-down menu dot item title. Okay, so the item title, let's say create a board. And let's see that we close all of this accordingly. Okay, we've closed my title. We have closed the item. This is missing a key. Yeah, let's just give this the keyboard. Okay. And then my drop-down menu.content is missing something. I think this is actually an issue that's not correct, because it's not missing anything as far as I know. Let's hit reload and let's see. Yeah, you see it already works. Okay, I can press this, I can press the trigger and it shows my content. So this is just a TypeScript error I get because it's now using like radix stuff under the hood, and I'm not satisfying everything here with that, but it's also exactly like this in the documentation. So I've used it like this before, and I absolutely don't know what could be wrong. So yeah, this is a drop-down group, checkbox item, indicator, whatever. Yeah, I just don't see a problem with this approach right now. Okay, we do have one item. We can make this item look a bit nicer. And I also want this to like route to a different page. So the second one was actually like create a card. So we would have like, okay, we would have to change the item here. And then another one I would place outside of the group. I would call this one templates. And this would be something like browse templates. We'll not really do the template stuff, but I just want to have like a setup. Okay, we can also give these some icons. So for the icon, it's actually a bit challenging. So let me bring in one icon. Where did I get this from? There is an app called SF Symbols on iOS. For Android, it's a bit more complicated. You can browse these icons and then you can use them with Zeego for iOS. You can also supply them for Android here for the item icon. It's a bit more challenging. Again, check out my video on Zeego if you want to dive deeper into that topic. For now, I will just use these icons and I want to get another one here. So you see, as a result, we have two nice items showing up here. I think I can't wrap a link component around this. I would love to do, but I think this is not going to work. But let's see if this is possible. Yeah, then it's not even rendering the thing anymore. If I do as child, won't change a whole lot. So we have to go back and do something different, but that's not a problem because these items have an onPress event, and in the onPress event we can just use the router in an imperative way. So let's get our router from Expo, and then on every item I will say on, is it not on press? Is it, it's on select. On select, I want to call my router and push a specific page. I actually don't know which one yet. We're gonna do this for all three. Actually, for create a card, I won't do any functionality today. We're gonna do it here. So that means we need new pages. We are currently inside the board's layout. So I want to do a new file, templates.tsx in here. Oh, not text. Oh no, absolutely not a text file. We are not doing text today. And I also want to have a page for like a new board. I won't do a new file, new board here, because we will display the new board in the modal, and then inside of that we have its own navigation stack. So therefore I will create actually a new group here, a new folder, new board, and then I will have an index.tsx in there, which also means let's call this page and say new board magic happens in here. And then to actually move from that page to our color select page, we're gonna have like an inside navigation here. So let's do another layout file in the new board page. I like to call these layouts. It doesn't really matter. You might have noticed that I sometimes call these layouts, sometimes page. It really doesn't matter. And I would define another stack in here. So that would be my plan. Okay. This is getting really small, right? But anyway, why like the line numbers? Do we need the line numbers so big? How can I turn off line, add line, change end of line numbers, toggle line, remove line, expand line? Oh, jeez. Sometimes I'm struggling with VS Code and think I should probably get a different editor. But anyway, let's go with this for now. So we have my routes set up. That means if I want to create a new board, I would push the following route / authenticated. And by the way, I'm not getting code completion here on the routes, which you usually get because I'm on the latest version of Expo Router and there was a little issue recently, so that's why it's not working correctly. Anyway, we are inside boards / new board. I think this is where we want to go. And likewise for my templates file, we should be able to go to authenticated tabs, boards, templates. Let's check. Okay, this brings me to templates and this brings me to new board magic. Okay, that's a good start. If you're at this point, that's good because you have implemented the logic for our dropdown. And now we can tweak our navigation. So you see, for templates, I kind of want this to fill my whole screen. So I can now just go into the layout file of my board. So it's getting really messy here. But we're now in the layout of the boards folder again. And we want to say that for the stack screen name new board, the options are, first of all, I don't want a header. So because you saw, if I go to new board, I have this duplicate header stuff. So let's say false here. That should hide it immediately. And additionally, I would like to set the presentation here to a modal. So now when I create a board, okay, I'm in its own stack. That's good. Additionally, we're gonna do another entry for my templates, which is like still part of this navigation stack. In that case, let's set the presentation to a full screen modal. So if I do it like this, it would come up like this. And now I have no way to close this. Congratulations, Simon, you locked yourself. But what I really want is here to set the title to something like start with a template. And then for the header right, I will implement a little touchable opacity. Touchable opacity. We already got the import, probably not. On press, I want to use the router. Do we have the router already? Nope. So let's get it. So we're gonna use router equals use router. And then I want to call router back. Router.pop. Does pop exist? No. Pop does not exist on the Expo Router. Okay, so here we go. A little Ionicon for the win. Name, close, size, something. And then close the touchable opacity. Actually, size shouldn't be that big. Should be just 18. And then I actually used a different color before, so something like this. Let's see. Browse template, start with a template, and we have a button to go back. Actually, there was a little bit of style I added to the touchable opacity before. It looked like this. So made it look pretty nice now. Okay, do whatever you want with the templates page. We're not really getting into this today. I just wanted to show you different ways of navigation because this is also what's going on in the app. So we might have something that covers the whole page, or we have a modal that stacks on top, at least on iOS. Good. With that in place, let's head over to actually not the boards page, but the new board. So the new board layout, and we're gonna also directly do a new file in here, which I will call color select.tsx. All right, so this is going to be the page on which we select a new color and then come back. So we have these 3 files to work with right now. First of all, we can tweak our main page a bit. So stack.screen, name index, options. We're gonna reuse a couple of the options we had before, I think. Let's call this title. It always happens. I never wanted to do this. Whatever. I'm gonna call this board. I will hide the header shadow because that gives a nice effect. So then you have like no border here, and you see this is like gray and here's white. So you have to make the backgrounds the same in that case if you want to have this effect. Therefore, you can use the header style and set the background color. Now you're like, what is the background color of this? Well, it's actually pretty easy. We're using React Navigation under the hood, and there's something called the default theme that you can import from React Navigation. There's an object colors, and there is a background. And voila, we have applied the exact color to the header, giving this like a seamless effect. Additionally, we might want to have a little back button on this page. So let's implement a header left. Again, doing a touchable, it's early in the morning here, touchable opacity. And on press, I want to move back. I don't have the router, okay. We know the game by now. Use router, just do it. You've been giving me that like all the time as a recommendation, I don't know. Ionicons, name, let's use close again. Size, maybe 26. And default colors, text, interesting. What is that default color? I will use my own color. I trust that one more. Let's use primary to close it, giving this a nice effect. Cool. Okay. Now, the interesting thing is that we also have this color select page. So on this new board magic, we might at some place have a link using Expo Router, href, and then we want to go to my color select page. Let's see, what is the link to that? Should look like this. Okay. So authenticated, tabs, boards, new board, color select. And then I would have something, whatever, open page in here. And just close the link. Okay, I'm gonna remove this to, I'm not getting confused. So how do I open that page? And this is special because if I would have created this color select page under the umbrella of the boards page, it would like just stack another card or do something. But because we defined this own group for the new board with its own layout file, we have sort of like a new navigation stack in the modal. Okay, this is important to understand. And if you want that behavior, this is how it's done. Cool. Where do we get started? I mean, by now, we could just wrap this up by defining our stack. Yeah, that might be a good idea because then we can close the first page here. So let's define for the color select page some options. Yeah, title could be this or like board background. And then we're gonna use again header, shadow, visible, false, and my background color. Okay, so seamless experience here between them, and then we can close that one. Nice, that feels good, right? Okay, we are on the index page. What do we need? We of course need some state to catch our name. So we have a board name, set board name, use state starting with an empty string. We also want to access the router because we might do some routing here and there. Not like this, just use the use router. Okay, and then at some point we have a selected background color. That's going to be interesting. For the moment, let's leave it open. Okay, view, give this some styling like margin vertical 10. Okay, so a little bit of separation here. And then I want to have a function that can create this board. And this is why I create a stack screen entry right in this page, because then I can attach this to a function. So like on create board is going to be an async function. And then we're going to do something in here. And that will be in a button at the top right. So now I can define this here and not inside the layout file. That will make it a lot easier for us. So touchable opacity on press, I want to call the create board on create board. And I will also disable this very soon. Oh my, why is everything red in here? We can just close it here. Why is it now in the... What am I doing here? I'm completely messing up everything. This is a mess. Okay, better. Let's start over. Options. For the header right, I want, of course, to supply this touchable opacity. Damn, on select. On press. Okay, better. And then I will have the text something like create. There's still something missing here, but now we got it. Okay, we got my function attached to this button. I also want to disable this while we don't have a name. So let's set it to disabled while the board name is equal to an empty string. Okay, you see I can't press this anymore. That also means we might need some styling down here. So let's say button text disabled. And I will set this to a font size. Come on, font. You don't understand style sheet again. Yeah, that's so bad. My bad. Okay, font size of 18. Let's use a bit bigger font weight of like 500. And for the color, I want to use my own colors.gray. And then close that off and use this conditionally on my text element. So in case the board name is equal to the empty string, I want to use styles.button text disabled and otherwise styles.button text, which I haven't supplied yet, but should be almost the same. But let's use primary in that case. Okay, so now it's like this. If I had something for the name, it would turn, this is not primary. This is not really the primary color. Yeah, because I had a typo here. Okay, so voila, create a board. And if I change my state, it would turn blue. Good. By the way, why does it close? Like I'm just calling on create board and it closed. Okay, it's not closing. That was just a mistake. Anyway, let's move on. We need an input field, and a nice styling for an input field could look like this. So we're using the style sheet hairline width to have a really thin border at the top and the bottom. We use my border color. We set it intentionally to white because this is actually not white. This is like a shade of white, and we have some padding and margin. And with that in place, we can add my text input component using styles.input, setting the value to our board name. On change text, we want to call the set board name. We will set the placeholder to new board. And I also want to say autofocus this once we enter the page. Hit enter, and we are here. And our logic finally works. with our create button up there. Cool. Now we need to fill this part here with live. So let's change this text also to be a touchable opacity. Style will get something like button item. So this is going to be a special thing we need to implement because that button will have a text like background. And then it should also have a view of the selected color. So if we check out this here, it should look like this. So text, and then at the end we have the selected color and an additional icon. How do we go about that? Well, we just make this use the flex direction row. Want to align the items in the center and also give it like a little bit of padding and the white background color. So it looks like this. Okay, and we move already to the next part. That means I also need button item text. That should have like a font size of 16 and also not a font weight like this, something else. And we have the color preview block, which is just like a tiny view. Let's give it a width and height of 24 and a border radius of 4. Okay, maybe this one also gets some gap. I don't know. Yeah, this one. Okay, so let's see. I have my text, which will get the styles.button text or button item text. Okay, background. Then I have this view, which uses the color preview, and then it will have a different color. Okay, yeah, that's good. And then we have an Ionicon name chevron forward. Exactly, that's the one I was looking for. Thank you, Copilot. Okay. So now I just need to make my button item text take up most of the space. I will set the flex to 1, which will move the rest to the end. And then we have our nice clickable item. So right now we're just using a primary color here. That's of course not what we want to do. We want to have a selected color. So I want to have some state here for the selected color. And I want to use one of the colors that are available for selection. To achieve this, I will go into the color select page and define some colors. So this is just an array of some random colors. And I will export the default color as the first color here. This means I can now go back to my page and use the default color from that page. We could also place this in our interfaces. Yeah, well, maybe actually that would be a cleaner solution. I hear you. Actually, it would kind of also fit here, but is it a type? It's not really like a type. Well, we go with this. Okay, this also looks pretty nice. I like that a lot. So where have we been? We need to make sure that default color import is now from the types enums. Okay, that's cool. So at this point, this is the default color. It's kind of still the same. And we want to change that color on my color select page. So on that color select page, I also have a selected color, set selected, which will use the default. So default color and use state. And I want to bring in the router once again, use router. In the following view, we will just go through mapping these colors. So basically we are doing something like colors dot-map, and for every color I want to create an item. This item will be a touchable opacity from React Native. It will have the key color. On press it should set the selected color. That is correct. I don't really want any kind of inside view. We don't need that part. The only thing we need is really to just close off that touchable opacity and then give it some cool styling. Okay, so right now it doesn't have any styling. Let's change that. I want to set the style. So pretty easy. Background color will be the color, and then I will set the height to 100 and the width to 100 as well, giving us a pretty decent look. So I can now click on them and select them, and they would be selected. But on color select, actually let's do a function here. Let's do on color select, which will get a color string, and this will for now not go back during debugging, but set our selected color, and then I can change this to on color select. Okay, so now I can set a selected color, and if my color is selected, I want to give this some margin, so we have some spacing between them and a border radius of like 4, just tiny bit border. Then we're going to give this a border width. So if the selected is equal to current color, it will have a border width of 2, and I will set the border color to my colors.font dark. So I can now go through these and it gets the right color, or it sets the selected color. Good. Additionally, we want to make sure that this doesn't look like this. So I will set some styling up here. We're going to set the flex direction to row, and I want to set the flex wrap to wrap. Additionally, justify content center, and voila, we've nicely placed all of this. Pretty nice color selection. But the problem is I go into it, the color is not reflected here. So how do we go about that? Well, great that you ask. This is the interesting thing that's going on now. So we can use the router here, and we want to call router set params. So we are basically setting the query params here, and I want to set the background param to color. Okay, this by now won't change anything until we catch and react to these params on the previous page. So let's go back to the new board page, and we will actually now grab this one from the params. So we can grab background using use global search params. This is important. It's not working with use local search params. You can also strongly type this, but the query param will be optional. And now the magic comes. We're gonna add a use effect block here. And within that use effect block, we're gonna add the background as a dependency, so this always runs once this changes. Let's put a lock in here. Background changed. Okay, and this would then call my set selected color to the new background. Let's see, green. I'm gonna open the lock as well. Actually, this already happens in the background, you notice? And we're not yet using the right color. So we should use the selected color for that tiny little view here instead of the primary color. And voila. We have nicely passed some information back. And this is really the way how you pass information back from a details page to a previous page. There's like, you could also do this with some state or something else, but many people asked about this before. How does it work with Expo Router to pass information back? I hope this clarifies the question in how that works. Good. So we've prepared everything. We have a nice context menu with different ways of presenting a model, and we can actually pass some information back and give the new board a name. So let's connect this finally with some real functionality and insert the data to Supabase. All right, now's the time to finally insert our own data to Supabase, and I promise you it's going to be really, really easy because we have this glorious Supabase context that I prepared for you. This one provides a lot of things. So a couple of imports up here, not too important. As I said, we're gonna tackle this issue once we get into file uploads. We define all the names for our tables, and then we have a bunch of functionality. Basically, we're creating our own context, so wherever we are, we can just use Supabase, and we get functionality from this provider. We're not talking about real-time auth yet. We're gonna do that later. For now, let's just take a look at this one. So to create a board, we will use our client. So the client here It comes from our Supabase utils, where we previously set up the functionality that then uses the custom Clerk JWT to make sure we are an authenticated user, and it works with Supabase. So if I now go into create board, we're using the client, we're using the language from the table, and we want to insert the title, the creator ID, and the selected background. The user ID actually comes from useAuth, from the hook of Clerk, which will always give us the current user ID. And remember, we also automatically added the user ID with a webhook to Supabase. So now we're finally making a connection between these foreign keys, and you're going to see this in our data very soon. Additionally, we have a function here to get the boards, same syntax, but we're now not loading from the boards table. We will actually use the user boards table. So this is the table that has a connection between all the user and the user's boards. Because if I would just load from the boards table where the user is the creator, I wouldn't account for the boards that you might be invited to. So that's why we have this many-to-many table here with user boards. So once we are later invited to a board, we will have an entry in the user boards table and therefore get the information here. What we're doing at this point is from user boards table, we want everything where the user ID is equal to our user ID. And we want to have a little select statement, which basically fills out the boards. So you see in the user boards table here in Supabase, we have my user ID, which is referencing the user table, and the board ID, which is referencing, as you can see, public boards.id. And if we use the syntax like this, we're basically fetching the information from the boards table. So title ID and background are included in the response. And the response looks a bit strange, so we have to map the data and get the boards. And then we have a nice array of boards. So hope this clarifies what's going on in the background for now. And let's do this. In the new board page, we should have our function to onCreateBoard. Exactly. And now we will get create board from use Supabase from our hook. And once we press on create board, I will call await create board with the board name and the selected color. This might be for some reason undefined. And then I want to call router.dismiss. So we're back to our initial page. It's as easy as that if you set up everything correctly. Let's give this a try. My first board, and I will set this to a nice, like this. Okay, let's hit create, and it closes. Okay, did something happen? Let's see. We have a new board, my first board, with the background color created last edit, and we also have a user board, user ID, board ID, and I can just go to the referencing ID. And because we've set up all the hooks and the triggers previously, we have the information right in here. This feels good. I hope you're getting to this point because this is really a big step forward for the application and connecting it to our backend. Now, once we got this, we can go back to the actual boards page. And on my boards page, I should now be able to load that information. So let's see, get boards from use Supabase, my hook, use Supabase from my context, and then I will add some state. So boards, set boards, use state with an empty array. Actually, we can type this. So I should have like a board enum. So this is of the type board array. Okay, looks good. And then we can either do this with use effect, which will run at once. I kind of want to do this whenever the page is open, so we're getting the latest information. So I will use focus effect instead. In this one, I have to use callback, at least here in 2024 still, and then wrap my function. I want to do a function like load boards. So const load boards equals async function. Okay, and then within the callback, I call load boards, use callback empty dependency array, and then we got it. So let's put a little lock in here, loading boards. So when this page is focused for whatever reason after creating a board, coming back to it, we see the load boards, and that is the place where we want to grab my data from Supabase. So let's get the data by using await get boards and just log it out for the moment and enjoy the beauty of seeing this. Whenever I get to the point where I'm like able to insert data into the backend and then fetch it back and read it and see this, I know that, yeah, now I can do this. This really gives me the confidence because this is JSON. With JSON, you can do everything in your app. You can do the views and labels and whatnot, but this is really the critical part, and we've figured this out, how to load the data and how to insert it. So from here on, everything, maybe not everything, but most of the things will get easier. Cool. Enough of the celebration for now. We have work to do. Set our board's state to the data that we got, and then let's create a little view for this. Inside of that view, we might need some styling. So let's already add the style sheet, just like we're used to. Why am I doing this manually? I really can't grasp that I'm still doing that manually. I don't know. Okay, we might have a container surrounding the fun here. So that would be flex1 and some margin top. I was really too lazy to type right now. Of 16, and then we close that. Okay, we will give this right in here. So styles.container goes here. Additionally, I now want to render a little flat list. We could also use a flash list, but flat list should be fine in this case. It's not too crazy what's going on here. Then we add the import from React Native. Yes, we do. Data for this is our boards. For the moment, yeah, we could go with something like this, but actually this would be item.title. And then I see I do have my first board. Let's add a second board, just second board. I want to have like a different color. Let's create this, and the second board appears. Great, great success, really. This is great success. I also might want to refresh this every now and then. So let's add a little refreshing state here. Not too hard with a flat list, also our flat list. Let's call this refreshing, set refreshing initially false. And then we can have simply on the flat list a refresh control. And refresh control will render a refresh control, refreshing set to my refreshing state. And on refresh, I want to call load boards as the new function. I feel like refreshing control, oopsie doops. Let's see, I would close this here and here. Is that correct? Yeah, nice. So now I can drag this down, refresh, and it will load my boards. So if for some reason I didn't have this focus effect here, I could now pull down and then it will show up and load my data. Good. Additionally, I can define an item separator component. So let's just go with whatever Copilot has to offer for the moment, which is a completely black line. Congratulations, that looks amazing. I want to set this to style sheet hairline width, so it's a really thin line, and I will change the background color to use my own colors.gray. And additionally, I want to add some margin. Oh, I'm not in that object anymore. I am margin start of like 50. So that gives like a little separation here. There's definitely something incorrect with the whole width here. I honestly don't know what was the UI I had in mind for this. Oh yeah, something like this. Do we see this somewhere else? Yeah, here. Can we just open in new window? Not a new window. Anyway, looks good. So what I wanted to do is have like a little border at the top and at the bottom and everything in between. So the item separator should look like this. That was the whole idea. That means my whole list might need some styling. Let's see. Let's set up some styling here for the list. So the list will get a border color, bottom width super thin, top super thin, and I only want to render this at the top and the bottom. So I will set my, and close this, content container style. I could set it to styled list, but that wouldn't really look very great, especially if my boards list is 0. So if I wouldn't load them initially, I would still see that line, and I definitely don't want that. So only if boards.length is greater than 0, I want to apply this. Actually, do we have to question this, or I mean, it returns a Boolean? Can I just do something like this? I think there was like a syntax for this. Maybe not boards length. Like the cool kids. Yeah, that could be correct. Okay. Additionally, we need some custom items. Do we want to do it on this page or on a different page? Let's do it here. Let's do it here. You could separate this out into a different view if you want to, but I don't really feel like that. So we are not doing any functionality, so we just have round brackets in here. And then I will use the link component, because this should wrap our item and bring us to a details page of that item. That is probably not the correct link, but nonetheless, I will go with it for the moment. And then I will supply the list item here for our render item functionality. Okay. So it's doing something, it's definitely bringing me to the wrong page. That means we need a new page. And this is where things once again get interesting, because if I want to show that page, I don't want the tab bar at the bottom. How do we go about that? This is where our nice structure here comes in really, really handy. So now I will do a new folder. I'll call this one, where am I typing? I'm not here typing. I want to call this one board, and within board we're gonna have a page like id.tsx. Okay, and in that page we should be able to grab that ID using use local search params this time. Include our types, and then I just want to lock the ID for the moment. Text strings must be rendered with a, why? Who did place list item there? Anyway, let's fix the link here. So this should now go to /authenticated /board/item.id. And voila, we are able to get to that page. Do I have something like swipe to go back? That's a problem. That's a problem. Well, let's fix the item for now, and then we're gonna talk about the styling of that page. So our item should have a key as well, because we're inside of a list. So that should be item.id. We might have some styling. So styles.list item. And the list item doesn't exist yet. Should be flex direction row once again. We want to align items in the center. We want to have some padding of 10, and we want to have a white background color, and probably some gap between the elements in that. Okay, so now we're coming closer to what we want to see. Okay, now we just need to find the entry point here. Touchable opacity goes in there. We don't need any functionality for the touchable itself. It will just be the view, which has the color of that board. So we're gonna use like an array of colors, and then we could actually close this right here. And then we want to have a second element, which is a text element. I will just set like font size in here, 16, item.title. By the way, get pretty nice typings here all the time. This does not yet look correct to me. Oh, we're not applying the list item styling on the link. Oh, we do. We actually do apply the list item style. We're not using schild to pass it down. Yeah, a whole lot better. Cool. Now we just need like the color block styling. So let's use an item with 30 times 30 and a little border radius. And then we're gonna use styles.color_block here and dynamically setting the background color to the item.background. And voila. Oh no, I didn't want to do this. Voila, we have our list loading, displaying and rendering everything as we wanted. That feels pretty good, right? That looks good. I really like how it came together and how it looks on the screen. We also wanted to affect how our ID page is displayed, right? But actually we don't need to do a lot about that page. I just wonder why, once we go to that page, where are we currently? We're rendering a slot. Yeah, that is the problem. So I'm now talking about the authenticated layout file. So we have my board here with that ID page, but this layout here only renders a slot. And that's the reason why when I click on it, we're just rendering the next page in here in a slot, but we want to render that in a stack. And the reason is, if we have our own stack defined above the tabs, we are able to push a page and not show the tab bar at the bottom anymore. That's the whole point of this layout. So let's go into this and let's just define a stack. I think we don't need anything else. Yeah, we just need to fix, as always, the screen here, stack.screen name. So for the whole group of tabs, I want to set the header shown to false. And then we don't really need an entry, right? Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. And what I wanted as well is to see the correct ID down there. Oh, nice. Yes, this is exactly what we wanted. Whew, cool. Decent progress. We are kind of finished right now with our boards page. I think actually there's no functionality missing here. So while we're here, let's talk about the ID page, because we can pretty easily load the information now using get board info. Now set this to use Supabase. Okay. And then we can use effect. We don't really need a focus effect. I mean, this board is showing up and we just need to load the information once. So if we don't have an ID, we would just return here. Otherwise, we would call a new function and we would make this here. Let's do const load board info. I kind of like to do this in its own functionality usually. So in that case, we do load board info, and you can now grab the data using get board info with the ID. The ID at this point is definitely defined. You can also have another check here. Then we will supply the information. Let's see if this already works. Not exactly. Why is it not yet working? We have the ID, we have the use effect. Oh, if not ID, probably. Okay, then we see background created, creator ID, last edit, title, users. Okay, that looks pretty good. Maybe while we're here, let's create a little styling for this page. That would be a cool addition already. So I want to set this information. Let's check. Background. Okay, yeah, cool. So let's use some state. We should be able to set like board, set board, use state with a board, and met the right import from our enums, and use state of course as well. And once we got the information, we're gonna call set board with the data. We don't have to define this right now. So for that page, I want to set the styling here. I want to set the background color to something like board.background. Okay, that would basically work. I will set the flex to 1 as well. Okay, so in theory, this now renders the color. However, you're gonna notice, although very shortly, but if we reload, it's maybe more apparent, that there's like a flicker because it renders white or nothing first because we're making an additional request. And we kind of already have that information on my previous screen. So on this page, we already have the board background. We're displaying it here. So instead of waiting for the color on the details page, as a little hack, I want to add this to my URL. So on the link component, I will just add a query param background equals and another object here, a string literal, and I will call encode URI component to make this work correctly and pass through my item background. So here it was really apparent right now that you saw the white first. Now I can go back and I can grab the background here as well. Background will be optional, an optional string. And then I can already use this background for my background color instead of waiting for the board. And now you see a lot smoother. It's like instantly there. When the page starts scrolling in, it already has the correct background color, making this more smooth. Yeah, we might not yet have the title or something, but that's not the big deal. But speaking of the title, let's affect that as well on this page so we can dynamically set this as we know with the options here. Let's set the title to the board.title. And I will actually use, let's set the title first. Okay, so this renders my title up here. And what I really want now is a custom header that is transparent. To achieve this, I will install a package, which is Expo Blur. So go ahead with npx expo install expo blur. And I assume we might have to do a reload if I use this now somewhere. So let's just try and bring in the blur view, but I'm pretty sure that this will crash the application. It's not. That will be a good thing. Let's just edit in here, blur view. Come on, I just do something. Okay, yep. We have to restart the reload, the command. So npx expo run iOS again, because we installed a native dependency. I just wanted to test this. Okay. So we want a little transparent header up there. And we can do this with our own custom header component. So let's render one. I will call this one custom header equals something. This will actually just be a view. Actually, it will be a blur view. Intensity, I don't know, we're gonna play around with that value, maybe set it to 80. I wanna set my tint to dark. I think this is the one you get, right? There are a bunch of tints. Play around with them if you want to. And then we're gonna probably have some styling, but I don't know exactly what yet. And we close this, and then we implement our own header component. We will need some styling as well, so I can already go ahead with that part, create the style sheet, and import it up here. And then I want to render, of course, my custom header. So I will replace this here with my custom header. Does it work like this syntax-wise? I think so. It's building the app, so should come up pretty soon. It's coming back. Let's wait a second. Actually, we're not probably we don't see the header yet. Let's just put in header for the moment. My first board. Okay, so problems. We always have problems, but we have solutions. The problem is if we supply our custom header, we're messing up with the paddings and the safe area stuff. So we need to account for that ourselves. No big deal, because we can just bring in top from use safe area insets, and then we can use this top value, for example, in here to have some padding top, and then our header becomes like this. Additionally, the whole content of that view, so let's say here will be the boards carousel. We should probably have some padding top as well, which is my top value. In fact, yeah. Okay, so we don't need it yet, but once I set my header to transparent, then it will not take up, like, if I set the header of that stack screen to transparent, the view will basically start here, okay? Because it thinks there's no header. I don't have a header. So therefore, we now need to account and put this height, which is the top height or the save area inset, back in here. Okay, so if I enable this, I should be almost fine. Almost fine. We're still, I think, yeah, we're just using the, actually this is incorrect, I feel. We need the header height here. And we can get the header height as well. So we can get the header height using use header height. That's like a hook for everything. And it's not giving me code completion because this is kind of buried in React navigation elements. And this value will always give you the height of the header. So if I use this, technically I get the whole height here of this element, and then my text should start here, which it now does. Cool. Yeah, we actually need that header. So the header is displaying some stuff. What do we want to display in that header? I forgot. So this is how it should look like. We have like a little X, we have some icons in the header, and we have some text in there. Let's do this. Let's wrap up this view with that. We probably need some styling for our header container. And I think I wanted to use a flex direction row again in here. I don't want to set the background color. I just need some padding, some height, and some gap. And then we can place our items within it. So for the view here, that will get the container styling, styles.header container. Okay, giving this already a bit more space. And you see, because we use the header height, we're getting the padding right. Otherwise, we would have to set like, this is maybe like 80, 50, I don't know. But if you use this, you're completely on the safe side. Now let's place a touchable opacity in there. And on press, I want to call, do we already have the router? Nope. This is not how we do it, right? Use router. Okay. And then on press, I would say router.dismiss to dismiss this view. And I would probably place in an Ionicon, name, close, size 24, and I will use my own color again. So colors dot, let's use font light. And then make sure you close the element accordingly. Okay, so we are able to go to that page. And by the way, notice how we like dynamically set the background and have that blurry header, which also takes in a different color. I think this is a pretty good start. If you don't like the dark tint, use something else. Feel free to do whatever you want. Let's do another view. This one should actually take up most of the space here in the row, and this will have the text. So this is board.title, followed by another text element which says workspace of board. And I think, do we still have the log? Background created. We could populate the creator field, but actually it should also be just like the first of users. So let's use board.users.firstname. This doesn't exist on the actual board, and I can tell you why. So if we go into the enum, there's no users prop here. The reason is simple. Maybe I could just edit, but we're populating that users field from the boards, and therefore we edit it. Maybe it would be cleaner if we had like users, any array. Would this make us happy in here? Board users, actually first. board is possibly, what if I do it like this? Come on, board users is possible. Oh my, come on. I did all the things like, actually users is just an element. It's not an array. If we check this out, users is just an object and first name. So we could do it like this. Okay. So my first board, workspace of Simon, that would fix it. We could give this some styling now. So let's just quickly do it in here. Colors, font light, font size 12. Okay, this is a bit smaller and the title should be a bit bigger. Okay, looking good. Looking good here as well. Should be fine. And now we just have another view which should render the little icons here. So flex direction row, give it some sort of gap. And then we can render 3 touchable icons. So this is pretty easy. First one could be like this. Second one, these will not really have any functionality. So that's why I'm just bringing in some random icons. The third one will actually have some function. So let's put a link here. Href will eventually go to the settings page. We don't have that page yet. So let's just keep it as it is. And then we need no on press event. And I want to actually use something different here. So this time I want to use the material community icons, dots horizontal, to give us that effect. Whew. All right, I think we've done a good job in, first of all, actually loading that data, then the navigation to that ID page, and on that ID page resolving the information and also making sure that this is a seamless transition because we pass the color to that page up front. With all of that in place in our custom blur, actually I don't know if we would have needed a blur view. We could have just like a semi-transparent header. But decisions were made. That's what we did in the history. That's history now, and we're fine. Maybe at some point we're gonna scroll something behind the blur view. I actually don't think we will, but well, anyway. Okay, we're able to create and load boards. So now let's dive into the functionality of this page. Because these lines are so long, I noticed that we actually didn't put the list name into the view. So let's put it into that. Makes a lot more sense now. And now we can place our text input component in here. So this one gets a super easy style, just some font size of 16 and some colors. I know I have my style sheet down there and probably it would be more strict. So go ahead and add it down there. I'm sometimes just a bit too lazy and like to do it in here. So what we want to do is we want to set the value to my list name. On change text, I want to set my list name. I want to set the return key type to done once again, and the enter key hint to done as well. And on end editing, I want to update my task list. So I don't think, no, we don't really have anything for that yet. So const on update task list, going to be an async function here, and we're gonna add this down here. So now I will be able, it already reflects up here, but that doesn't mean that the change is persisted to Supabase. We still need to do that. Beyond my view, I would also like to place one more touchable opacity. And this one will get another function to delete the list. So I want to have another one, const on delete. Oh, come on, task list, right. Place this in my on press event. Give it some styling. Do we already have like the styles for a delete button? I don't think so, apparently. Close list. Okay. Delete button will be pretty straightforward like this. So white background color and some padding, just like we had on another page. It's not the most beautiful bottom sheet, but it gets the job done. So in the two functions to update the task list or to delete the task list, we should have a pretty easy time because this one should just be like this. So const updated equals about, this is not a doc, update, oh, I thought we had all the imports already. Well, let's get them now. So we need delete board list from use Supabase. We need delete board list. We need update board list. This is what we need right now. We're not doing anything else. So update board list, and that should automatically fill out. My task list at this point should be set. Why is it not? Okay, just here. And also this is expecting the full task list. And what are you doing with the code completion here, Copilot? That was completely off. We have just the task list and the new name. So this is what we pass to it. Because we're also writing on our task list directly, as we've seen, like when I press here and do something here, it updates automatically. We don't really have to like update our object after we get it back. So that should work fine. For deletion, let's just wait on delete board list. Delete board list parameters only in ID. So task list.id. And after that, we should probably close the bottom sheet ref. Exactly current.close. Cool. So let's see. We should probably check this out in Supabase as well. So we do have a list here. My list is called my list. So don't get confused. Here we go, my list. Let's call this one today. And I will now press the background. And pretty soon this should change. No, it didn't change. So probably, let's see, I want to press done. Yeah, so I really have to like the on-end text editing event needs to be triggered. Let's say here my second list, I want to remove this one. So let's also open up Supabase. Go ahead, I want to close this list. And the second list, the second list is gone here. It is not gone here. Why is it not gone here? That's pretty easy to explain because we didn't filter it out. So I could simply update my state in here. So we do set my, oh no, we do have a task list here. This is actually not the point where we could update this, right? This is interesting. We would have to do this in here. I think I haven't designed it to be like this. So probably I never tried to delete this. So what this means is that from my list view, I actually would have to like bubble this up to the parent component because this is just the list view component here. But we actually have the board area which controls the carousel up here. And so the list view should emit like a function on list deleted, and then in here we could reset my board lists and filter out that data. Actually, that shouldn't be too hard, right? Do we do it like here? On delete task list. Okay, let's grab it here. Let's call it here with a question mark. That looks really strange. That shouldn't have a question mark. So on delete task list. What? Duplicate? Okay, yeah, let's just call it on delete. On delete, and then I will call on delete here. So that would bubble it up to here. And I could now simply add const on list deleted. Do we get the information which list? Probably I should. So let's see my list view, and this should get on list deleted, and I will pass in I will pass in the item ID as the argument. All right, if I then go into this one here, I should have an easy time of updating my list. Exactly, so I just want to filter out all the items where the ID is unequal to the ID. Yeah, that should work. Let's try. Fake list 1, let's do another one. Fakey 2. Okay, so my second board does have multiple lists, fake, fakey 2. If I now go ahead and close this one, it should be removed in here, and it's removed in here as well. Nice. That was a nice and easy addition. Cool. Okay, so at this point we have the basics for controlling our list. We can add lists, we can rename the list, we can close the list, and we can do the same for our board. We got the renaming logic and the close. I just want to have like all the general CRUD functionality in place, because now we move deeper into this list and that will get somehow tricky. So I wanted to be prepared, and I think we're ready to dive in. Alright, now things are getting a bit more challenging, so if you encounter problems, if you can't follow during this chapter, make sure you check out the repository link below and maybe grab that code at the end to be at the same level. Basically what we want to do is we want to tackle the board view, and we want to implement a carousel so we can swipe to the side. We see a pagination down here of these cards eventually. But it's really challenging because we have lists here. Every list has a list of cards, so it's getting really like tricky here. But I hope you can follow through, and I will do my best to explain this as good as possible, starting with React Native Reanimated Carousel. I use this component because I found it to work best. It actually offers a lot more than what we really need in our application, but it should also work pretty nice for a normal horizontal carousel. And so far I found this to be updated in the best possible way. We will also need a few more components because we don't want to do all of the fun on the pages. So let's do a new folder in here. I will call this one board. And then we're going to have all the board related stuff. So I will just use the first one as like board area.tsx. Okay, this is my board area. And this board area will be displayed when we go into this page where we currently have our, where's this coming from? Here we go. So once we have a board, then I also want to render my board area component. And I would like to pass the board to that page, which means I should define it on the board area page. As props. So let's do interface board area props, and this one will have a board. Okay, and I can just structure this here and access my board from the board area props. And now if I do this correct, everyone should be happy. Okay, and we are rendering the board area. Let's start by putting everything here inside a safe area view, so we're not going out of bounds somewhere. We have to give this a flex of 1 to cover everything. I kind of feel like the only thing I want to have safe area for is actually the bottom. So you can set this up by using edges, and then I actually don't want top, I want bottom. This one's okay. Let's see. Okay, we don't have any code in here, so let's bring in the carousel. This looks like this React Native Reanimated Carousel, and we can render our own carousel component in no time. What is this? I don't know what this code does, but it's definitely not what I want to do. Let's close this off. We need some data, of course. So on our board area page, we will load the information for that board, and this one also needs a width and the height. We already saw that, so let's maybe begin with that. Width and height. We can easily grab this using use window dimensions. That's pretty easy. So then we should be able to supply width here, which is my width. And come on, can't you figure this out? Hate should be hate. Okay, that's a good starting point. Few more settings. I want to set loop to false because I don't really want to loop through the stuff here. And I also want to have a reference to this. So let's create a reference with useRef so we can maybe control this from code attaching my reference here. We, of course, need some data. So let's load the task lists of a board. We can do this using my use Supabase hook. So there should be something like get board lists and add board list. Add board list using use Supabase. Let's take a quick look at what's going on here. So we have board information. We can also update a board eventually. We can delete a board. Let's talk about lists. So this is getting from the list table everything for a specific board, and we order it by its position. So we know that like this is page 1, and then we have page 2 here, and 3 and 4. We can add a board list at a specific position using a title. We can update a board list or delete a board list. It's pretty straightforward in what we can do with these lists. Okay, that now also means we want to have some data here. So data, set data, data using, yes, use state, but now we have to be a bit careful what we got. We need a little fake here. The reason is if we have data here, that's cool. So we have like a list with a title and like the different cards in here. But we can always swipe one more element to the side, and the last element should always look like this. There should be a button saying new something. And once you press on that, it should render a text input. And then you give that new list a name, and then it creates that new list. But still, all the time, this button should be rendered at the end of the list. That means we don't only have an array here. So I will intentionally use an array because this works better. We not only have an array of task list elements, we actually have an array of either task list or task list fake. So I created this interface which just has an ID. So normally a task list will have a board ID, created, position, and a title. But then we also have this fakie here. And we will directly add this in here as the last element. And I will set the ID to undefined. Okay, so it's a little hack. And now I can set the data here to data as well. We still don't have everything. What do we need? Oh, we need a render item function. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Let's get rid of that and let's add a render item function in here. So within that function, we should get the following. We should get the index and an item. I'll just use any for now because I don't really know the types here. And then we can render something. Let's put this into a fragment and let's for now just render a view saying something just so we can see that something is going on. Okay, this is a board area. And eventually, if I had a second item, so if we would place multiple of these fake items in here, I could eventually swipe through them. Okay, this is just a starting point. We don't want that, we just want one. We don't really have a task list, so the only thing that would render here is like my empty view. But we can account for this. So if an item has an ID, in that case, let's say use a text element, render list card. This is what we still need to do. If the item ID is equal to undefined, in that case, I want to render something else. In that case, I want to render a view where I can place this button to start a new list. But then again, there's another state because there's a state where the button renders and there's a state where the input renders. So let's do a new one here. I will call this start list active. And of course, set start list active, use false. And with that, we should be able to gather that information? For the view, we, by the way, might have to supply the key, which is, I think we can use the index here safely. And we might have to add some styling, but we're gonna do that in a second. So if start list is active, we're gonna render something. And if start list is not active, yeah, I'm very well aware that we could place this in one, but I still like this syntax a bit more. I don't know why. I don't know why. I really don't know why. Okay, so if start list is not active, we're gonna have a touchable opacity here. So we're now getting finally real in some details. And on press, I want to call set start list active to true. And there will just be a text with some styling. Okay, let's close this at list. And let's make sure we're close. Unexpected token. Okay, yeah, this is empty right now. Okay, we have my add list touchable opacity. That is a good start. So let's add some styling here for a list add button. I actually prepared something for this. So should have like a little bit of background color with opacity, specific height, border radius, and align the items. Nothing too crazy actually. Let's add this up here. And then attach the styling. So styles.list add button. Okay. Why is my button not showing up? That's a good question. I think we need to account for that in my view here. So let's add some style here. Padding top of like 20. No, that's not everything. Oh, what is my font color, by the way? I want to set this here to colors. Colors dot font light and a font size of like 18. Where is it? We've seen it before. Style sheet doesn't exist. Here we go. There is my button. We also need some horizontal padding. Padding horizontal of 30, and then we have an add list button. Okay, this button, as we see, we click it, it changes the state. So once we click on it, we can render the start list active thing, whatever that might be. And in fact, I created a custom component for that, which I called list start. So let's do this. Let's do a new file, list start.tsx in my board. And this one should have an interface list start props. And the list start props should be on cancel. So the user might have canceled the operation. Or we have on save, in which case we have a title for that new a list and that we can save. It would be really cool if this would now work automatically. So Copilot should really know what I want here. We got the list start props. Okay. So now when the list start is active, I will just render that component. Let's put it in here, list start. Okay. Into list start, we can pass some stuff. So we have the on cancel. On cancel is actually pretty easy because we just call set start list active back to false. But we also have the on start event. So on start or on save. And on save we have a new functionality. Let's call this const on save new list equals async something. Let's just put a lock in here. On save list. Yep, should be fine for the moment. And then we pass this to the on save here, and everyone is happy. Cool. Okay, I can click this and list start renders. So this is just a little bit of a way of like structuring our stuff and not having too much in that board area and other places. Okay, once we start a list, it's quite easy. So we have the list title. set title, use state with the input. And then in that view, we might have some styling as well. I do have two styles for this page. I do have a card. Oh, let's add a style sheet first. Sorry. I do have a card and I do have the input. So the card just has a white background, a little bit of border radius and padding, and the input also same story. So with that in place, I can attach these styles here. So styles.card. Okay, this is how it could look like eventually. And then I have my text input field here, for which I will use the styles input. Placeholder will be, yes, just list title. Value is my list title. On change text, I will call set list title. I also want to auto focus this field. And then additionally to this, I need buttons to cancel the operation. So we're gonna have another view down here, for which I will set the style to flex direction row. And I want to have justify content space between. Exactly, that was what I was looking for, the word. And some padding as well. Because if I use justify between, I can have two items and they will be spaced out to the side. So I'm gonna have a touchable opacity on press cancel with the text cancel. Actually don't need any styling here. Okay. And that is the first one. And the second one will call on save with the current list title. And voila. We have a nice flow of clicking add list. This card shows up. We're still in the carousel context. And especially now, if I put in something and press save, we get on save list test. So I could now create with that a new list. Good. That worked actually pretty flawless. I'm kind of surprised that it worked that good. Okay. We have that view, probably on save list. We could implement this. We should be able to add a board list, right? So in this case, when this lock is executed, we don't need that anymore. We want to close that operation. So set start list active false. I want to get the data by using await add board list with the current board ID and the title. And let's just log out what happens here, because I'm curious to see. So let's add test. Let's hit save. On save list data. So data looks like this: board 1 created, position 0. Okay, so we basically just have to call set data here with all the previous data we had, and then okay, let's reframe this. We have a problem. We have the name data up here already, and we have the data here. So I will give this one the name new item. Okay, so what I want to do is I actually want to use all from data before, but to do that, I will call data.pop because I'm removing the last element, this undefined thing. In case something else is in there, I will include it. Then I want to add the new item, and then I want to add my fakey item at the end again. I hope this makes sense. While we're doing this, I also noticed that we should maybe load the list. So let's add const load board lists async function. And as before, we're going to use an effect. Exactly, something like this. Right. Good. So we are loading the board lists. Const lists equals await get board lists. We can log this out. And at this point, we can do the same. Yes. Everything from the list that we loaded plus our fake element. Yes. This logic looks good. Okay. Oh, nice. This actually works. So we do have our first list. Let's check this out. Right here we have our first list. Can we render the information of that list, like the title? That would be pretty cool. Probably item dot, I don't know, title or something? What do we call it here? Title, yeah. Oh, nice, it actually renders. Let's add a fake list. Let's hit save. Nice, test fake list and our button on the last page. Nice, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Cool. That feels so good, so rewarding. So our carousel is kind of working. We don't have the UI for this yet. We're gonna get to that in a second. For the moment, let's also add pagination. So I will add paging enabled here. And then we can render our own pagination component. So we have to import that as well. So pagination from React Native reanimated has no export. Did you mean to use import from? I don't know. Did I mean to? Maybe they changed it with the latest version. So in that case, I mean, I can also do it up here, right? Shouldn't that be exactly the same? What is the difference here? I'm not seeing it, but it won't hurt to have it like this. So let's place that component behind, before we close the save area. I think we use it like this. So you use pagination.basic. Our data is still the data. Okay, does not. Okay. So now we're getting into some issues here. Let's see, this should definitely work. Cannot read property basic of undefined. Okay, this. Okay, interesting. What version are we using? Was there an update? Let's quickly check out my package.json for the reanimated carousel. In my testing, I used, oh yeah, version 4 alpha. Okay, so yeah, I was using the latest version here of the, not that, that's the future, of this one. By the way, you need React Native gesture handler, but we do have all of that in place anyway. So instead of doing it like this, we're gonna do, I have to probably kill this, add latest. Actually, with add latest, I probably still won't get the latest version. Let's use something different. Let's use add 4.xx. Okay, that's not working as well. You know what? I probably installed it exactly like this. So I don't know if this is currently version 4 alpha is the right version. But I will use it like this. Let's just check out the repository. Maybe we can see what's the current version. Text 4 alpha 12 is currently the latest, so I installed that. Just make sure you have version 4. Maybe it's already released. But then pagination should be available. So that's the problem right now, that we don't have access to pagination. Once we would have access to pagination, we could keep track of the progress. We can also have someone click on that. So on press pagination, that would be an index number. Okay, that would be a little function here. And we could now use this to scroll this. So ref current dot scroll to, and I want to scroll to, where do I want to scroll to? I think we have to supply the count. So that is index minus the current value. Okay. Ooh, what is this? Okay, yeah, the pagination thing is missing a couple of elements. So it needs data, of course, but it also needs a progress value. And that is actually from Reanimated a shared value that we have to create to get that right. So you can now use shared value from React Native Reanimated and set it to 0. And with that progress in place, we can supply it here. So progress is my progress. And I think this should, yep, it should already render this correctly. It's not changing because we haven't applied everything that we need. So we have progress, but we also need to change this. So we need to change this right here. On progress change, we would call progress. Yeah, that moves the dot forward. So the dot styling isn't correct. We should probably change this a bit. Let's bring in some styling here for that element. So you can set the dot style to a white dot. You can change the size. You can change the active dot style. And you can also change the container style. But then you should see the pagination down here. And pressing on it doesn't scroll yet. So we need to finish up our on-press pagination. And we actually need to attach it here. So on-press. I want to call my on-press pagination. That definitely wasn't correct. So what I want to do here is I want to scroll to the right one using progress value. And I also want to do this in an animated way. So with that in place, yep, it's scrolling to the right element. I can press it. It's just a minor thing. You don't really need to have it, but it's quite neat, I think, anyway. Okay, this is actually most of the board area. Now, the even bigger file in which a lot of the following action takes place is going to be the list view. So we have the list start, but we will now also have the list view.tsx. Okay, and this list view will get a list of tasks. So that is my interface here. List view props, a task list, which can use the task list enum. And then we close it up, and then we grab the task list in here using the list view props. Good. So I should be able to render this list in case our item has an ID. All right, so let's replace our fake text with the list view component here, list view. As defined, we have to pass a task list to it, which is the item. That worked apparently pretty well. Okay. And we also need to set a key. This is required here for our carousel. Okay, so we have my button and we have two list view components now. In that list view, as I said, we're gonna do a lot of things. We're gonna load the actual list. Do we probably want to get started? Yeah, maybe let's start with a tiny bit of like styling and like the card. So we have a little bit easier time in the next chapter when we do the actual functionality. So what I want to add in here is, first of all, some card styling and a header. And this is going to be at the top of this view. So in the view, I will set the style to something. There was actually some sort of outer styling that we will add. And then we will have our styles.card. If I close this here, we should already see it. Good. Then inside of the card, we're gonna have the header styling, which has a text and some styling. Did we add the styles for the header? Styles, oh, come on. I need to close the stuff here before I can continue. Oh, what is this? Nope, 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 nope. I don't want that. Let's make sure we close the view accordingly. And then we have styles.list title probably. So we can do this, right? If we have my list title, this is just something here. Okay, and then we render our actual list title, which should be the actually not the task list. This is going to be a bit more challenging, I assume. So we need to resolve that information. If we are rendering this, We're just getting like board ID created, title. I mean, that's not too bad. That's not too bad, right? So let's just use it as a state because we might change this. Const list name, set list name. We will probably not set the list name, but I want to set this to task list.title. I'm not sure if I will change it, but I want to use it in here. Okay, so we're rendering this test and fake list. That looks good. As I said, the card here needs to stand out a bit. And this will get a bit more challenging once we do in the following parts the draggable list. But anyway, let's start with some padding top of 20 and some padding horizontal of 30. Okay, that doesn't look too bad, right? I think that's pretty good. Also, there should be a little button up here. So I want to add that button already. This should be a touchable opacity. And once we click this, something happens. I think we want to trigger a bottom sheet once again. But for now, let's just add name dots horizontal, size 22, and my own color. So colors dot gray. Okay, we have this button which will eventually allow us to trigger something in that list. Okay, I think this is a decent start for our board. We have this logic up here to add a new board, which, by the way, we haven't stressed this enough, but this is actually adding data right here in Supabase. So I have now my boards. Okay, I have my one board here, my first board. Where's my second board? Okay, this is filtered by a rule. Sorry about that. Apply filter. Okay, I have two boards. I have lists which are connected to a referencing record. These boards are also available under user boards. So we've made quite use of most of our elements here. Now we can just simply add cards to a list, and that means a card is attached to a list and a list is attached to a board. And then we have positions and stuff going on here as well. But basically we're in a pretty good spot now to create some lists within the card. Again, I'm sorry for like the naming stuff. There might be some confusion. But basically, yeah, this is a card and it holds a list, and then in the list we have cards, so it's kind of hard to name it correctly. I hope you understand this. So we've been talking about lists. Everything here is one list, and one list will now have multiple cards which go into the next table. So let's do it. Before we eventually dive into like creating a draggable list of tasks, which will get us closer to using real-time functionality and loading data and updating views, let's talk about how we can update the title and how we can update the board itself. So just two more like general tests. For this, I would like to add a new settings page, because from the board ID, I actually get to the settings page. React Native functional export page. This page will eventually be included in my layout here. So I should probably set this up here for /board settings. I want to have a modal presentation. Let's just start with that presentation modal, and then we include this on here, right, where we set on the board ID page, where we currently set that link to like just this string. And we're going to use this in here now. Let's make this a string literal. And then we can pass in authenticated /board/settings. And I will just pass the ID as a query parameter because I didn't want to set this up like individual something pages. So now when I press here, it should just bring up that page. And we should be smart enough to figure out how we can like get the information on that settings page. Cool. So on the settings page, we can just grab that, const ID equals use local search params from Expo Router. Thanks for the completion. This might be optional, so I need to be a bit careful. Then I want to get some functionality from our context. So we're gonna bring in get board info, update board, delete board, and later we will also manage the members, but for the moment we won't manage the members. We're gonna do this separately because this requires searching and some more logic. So let's have a function to load the general board information on this page and trigger this once we enter the page using use effect. So if we don't have an ID, we're gonna return, and otherwise we're gonna call my load info function. In here, we will then check or grab the data using get board info, and we will just log it out for the moment. So if I get to this page, I get back a blob of information about this board. And with that, I should be able to change this view. Let's bring in some styling here. So style sheet goes up here. Okay, and on this page, I will grab it, view style. Let's use something like styles.container. So we're gonna set that up in a second. And my container styling should just have some background color and some general margin and padding, giving us this like white box. In that view, we're just gonna render a text element saying board name. This is more like the label for the following board. So I will set this to a slightly gray color. So colors that gray and a small font size. There's not really any great way to have sort of a label for a text input at this point. So we're gonna do it like this. Okay, we have the board name, and then we follow this up with a text input component. Let's see. Value will be our board. Do we have a board? Oh, we don't have a board. We should probably use that as the state. Const board, set board, using use state, add all missing imports. And once we load the data, we should be able to set my board to that data. So then the value could be the title, I think, for the text input. On change text, let's see if this is getting it right. On change text, I want to call set board with all the information we currently have in the board, and the title should be changed to the new text. That's actually correct. Let's apply some styling. Yeah, let's make the font a bit bigger, and I want to use my colors.font dark. Okay. Additionally, I would like to add something. So if I bring up the keyboard here, pressing Command K on iOS or on my Mac, I can affect how the return key type looks like. So I want to set this to done. If I set this to done, let's check. I don't know if it now already works. Now I probably have to reload this. And additionally, I want to set the enter key hint to done as well. And I want to call a function actually on end editing. So once we're done editing the name, I want to call a function to update the board. Async function, gonna happen something in here. For the moment, just log update board. Yes, this is probably the one we're gonna call. Let's call this on update board. So on update board, and I messed up everything in the meantime. And on end editing, this is what we're gonna do. So let's see. I just do something, and if I'm now done, then we get the log for update board. Okay, so let's maybe reload this once and see again if the input changes. So I go in here, my first board, I click here, and it shows something else. So it now shows the German word because I've set this to German, but usually you would see done here. And if I press this, I would get the log. And at that point, I could simply update my board. So let's say const updated equals await update board using the new board information. And then I will also call setBoard with that new information. Will it work? I have no idea. Let's try. Change this. Okay, this is absolutely not how you spell this, but anyway, change this. This is not updating automatically yet, but here we see the change already. If I go into this, here it is, and here it is as well. And of course, if we would check out my database, the change should be persisted here as well, because we've set up the right functionality. If we go into my hook and check this out, you would find this under here, right? Update board. From my boards table, I want to update the title. I want to match where the ID is equal to board ID. And then I also added select star because this will usually not return an element if you just have an update statement. But if you add select star, it will select the new elements. And because I know this is only one, I add .single, which will give me one element back with this query. We also, of course, have the delete boards query, which is pretty easy. From the boards table, I want to delete where it matches the ID. And we should be able to add this on the page here as well. Let's remove some locks so we're not pollinating like everything. So const on delete. This is pretty easy. On delete, I want to call await delete board. I just have to pass in the ID actually as a string. So let's do it like this, board ID. Or do we have the ID anyway? I don't even need the board. So I could just use it like this, delete board. Yeah, I want to call probably router. Let's call router dismiss all because we might have more things open. I might be here and here. Now I just like want to completely delete that thing. Let's place just a touchable opacity in the view here. So down here, I will add touchable opacity from React Native on press. I want to call delete. The text will just be like, yeah, close board. And then we're gonna close that one. Let's check it out. Yeah, I don't have a red color, so we don't really need that. But maybe we have like a delete button styling. So we could use something like this, which would give it just a white background color. Okay. This doesn't really look like a great delete button. Why is this? Okay, because we applied the text. This is probably more how it should look. Okay, so once we press this, it should actually delete the board, which is called change this for whatever reason, and then goes back. By the way, I just noticed that our title up here is also incorrect. So let's move into the layout where we defined this for board setting. And we should probably supply a bit more. Let's change the title here to manage, or let's call this board menu. Board menu. Okay, that immediately changes it already. And then I want to add a header left item. So header left should be another touchable opacity, touchable. I should really have a shortcut for touchable opacity. That would totally make sense, right? On press, I want to call router back. We don't have the router yet, so let's bring it in. Equals use router. And then I want to call router back, not dismiss in this case. And close it. Ionicons, yeah, that's cool. Name close, size, let's use 18, and let's use a bit different color here this time. Okay, let's check it out. Where did I go wrong here? Why am I not seeing this anymore? Presentation modal, header left. Board settings. Let's reload. Yeah, I don't know. Board menu, and we have the button to close it. Okay, that looks better. All right, I think at this point we should be able to see if we can remove this board. So let's do it. Yes. So we close the board. You could also have an alert like, do you really want to close the board? But nonetheless, we see it was removed. We can confirm in the database the one board is gone, and I could do another one. Okay, that's pretty good. Although I'm kind of sad that I lost my list. Okay, and let's do a second list here. Okay, so we now have this board. Still, this is a good board, good friend. Okay, this is for now the settings page. We're gonna come back to this soon once we do the updating of members. For now, I also want to update a list. And this is inside the list view, I guess. And inside the list view, I want to once again trigger a little bottom sheet modal. So we know that from our good old friend Gorham, we can bring in all the funny things that we need for the bottom sheet. We, of course, need a little reference to the bottom sheet. And we also want to use memo for the snap points here. Once we got this, let's see, we should be able to wrap our view here with the bottom sheet modal provider. Okay, this goes around this, and then we can implement our own bottom sheet. I will just do it in here today now. So here we go. Supply some information like the reference. Did we say ref? I think we did. Index should be set to 0. Then we have the snap points. And then we also need some sort of view in here. This one will get its own styling eventually. And then just have like a text for the moment to test this out. Okay, it's actually called bottom sheet modal ref. So when I click on the 3 dots here on this touchable opacity, I want to trigger that modal. That should be pretty easy. So let's add an on press here. And on press, I want to call the bottom sheet modal ref current dot present. So if I go into this list, it opens up this nice bottom sheet. I think this is the fastest bottom sheet I've ever implemented, really, honestly. Okay, so within that, I want to have a little container styling. Why don't we take the container styling from, let's use this one. So we can, again, use the default background color to have like a seamless experience between different views. And then we're going to set my styling here to styles.container. Okay. Additionally, a few more settings. I actually don't want this handle. So I also don't want this over drag. So I want this more like a fixed thing. So I want enable pen down to close. I want to enable over drag set to false. And I want to use a custom backdrop component. We can use the same backdrop component we had before, by the way. Let's just bring it in. So this was the backdrop component. Play around with the opacities and the different values if you want to, but it's pretty standard backdrop component. Okay, so it darkens, and if I click it, it closes. And I also wanted to change the handle style. So I don't want I want to have it like its own gray background color. Nice, this actually, this works really rewarding. So now we just need to add some functionality into this view. We can start by adding some style here. Let's use flex direction row. I want to align the items here in the center. Let's see. This view is really too small. I want no justified content today. Okay, this is my view, and the first one will actually just be a button. This is like the first time we use the React Native button, right? But anyway, it's a good component. So with cancel, I can just close this again. fairly easy. Then I want to have another view next to this. And I want to set this one to have a white background and some padding. Actually, let's say padding horizontal of 16 and padding vertical. Padding vertical of 8. Okay. Did we already close that one? I don't think so. So let's change this, and then we can add a quick text for the name here. So let's see, this one goes here, and then we have the same setup like before. So we can add a text name, and then we can have a text input to change the text. Because these lines are so long, I noticed that we actually didn't put the list name into the view. So let's put it into that. Makes a lot more sense now. And now we can place our text input component in here. So this one gets a super easy style, just some font size of 16 and some colors. I know I have my style sheet down there, and probably it would be more strict, so go ahead and add it down there. I'm sometimes just a bit too lazy and like to do it in here. So what we want to do is we want to set the value to my list name. On change text, I want to set my list name. I want to set the return key type to done once again, and the enter key hint to done as well. And on end editing, I want to update my task list. So I don't think, no, we don't really have anything for that yet. So const on update task list, going to be an async function here. And we're gonna add this down here. So now I will be able, it already reflects up here, but that doesn't mean that the change is persisted to Supabase. We still need to do that. Beyond my view, I would also like to place one more touchable opacity. And this one will get another function to delete the list. So I want to have another one, const on delete. Oh, come on, task list, right. Place this in my on press event. Give it some styling. Do we already have like the styles for a delete button? I don't think so, apparently. Close list. Okay, delete button will be pretty straightforward like this. So white background color and some padding, just like we had on another page. It's not the most beautiful bottom sheet, but it gets the job done. So in the two functions to update the task list or to delete the task list, we should have a pretty easy time, because this one should just be like this. So const updated equals a vote. This is not a doc. Update. Oh, I thought we had all the imports already. Well, let's get them now. So we need delete board list from use Supabase. We need delete board list. We need update board list. This is what we need right now. We're not doing anything else. So update board list, and that should automatically fill out my task list at this point. Should be set. Why is it not? Okay, just here. And also this is expecting the full task list. And what are you doing with the code completion here, Copilot? That was completely off. We have just the task list and the new name. So this is what we pass to it. Because we're also writing on our task list directly, as we've seen, like when I press here and do something here, it updates automatically. We don't really have to like update our object after we get it back. So that should work fine. For deletion, let's just wait on delete board list. Delete board list parameters only in ID. So task list.id. And after that, we should probably close the bottom sheet ref. Exactly current.close. Cool. So let's see. We should probably check this out in Supabase as well. So we do have a list here. My list is called my list. So don't get confused. Here we go, my list. Let's call this one today. And I will now press the background. And pretty soon this should change. No, it didn't change. So probably, let's see, I want to press done. Yeah, so I really have to like the on-end text editing event needs to be triggered. Let's say here my second list, I want to remove this one. So let's also open up Supabase. Go ahead, I want to close this list. And the second list, the second list is gone here. It is not gone here. Why is it not gone here? That's pretty easy to explain because we didn't filter it out. So I could simply update my state in here. So we do set my, oh no, we do have a task list here. This is actually not the point where we could update this, right? This is interesting. We would have to do this in here. I think I haven't designed it to be like this. So probably I never tried to delete this. So what this means is that from my list view, I actually would have to like bubble this up to the parent component because this is just the list view component here. But we actually have the board area which controls the carousel up here. And so the list view should emit like a function on list deleted, and then in here we could reset my board lists and filter out that data. Actually, that shouldn't be too hard, right? Do we do it like here? On delete task list. Okay, let's grab it here. Let's call it here with a question mark. That looks really strange. That shouldn't have a question mark. So on delete task list. What? Duplicate? Okay, yeah, let's just call it on delete. On delete, and then I will call on delete here. So that would bubble it up to here. And I could now simply add const on list deleted. Do we get the information which list? Probably I should. So let's see my list view, and this should get on list deleted, and I will pass in the item ID as the argument. All right, if I then go into this one here, I should have an easy time of updating my list. Exactly, so I just want to filter out all the items where the ID is unequal to the ID. Yeah, that should work. Let's try. Fake list 1, let's do another one. Fakey 2. Okay, so my second board does have multiple lists, fake, fakey 2. If I now go ahead and close this one, it should be removed in here, and it's removed in here as well. Nice. That was a nice and easy addition. Cool. Okay, so at this point we have the basics for controlling our list. We can add lists, we can rename the list, we can close the list, and we can do the same for our board. We got the renaming logic and the close. I just want to have like all the general CRUD functionality in place, because now we move deeper into this list, and that will get somehow tricky. So I wanted to be prepared, and I think we're ready to dive in. It's time that we take the last step in creating the actual logic here together, the main logic. And for this, we're gonna use the React Native draggable Flatlist. You can already see what this component is about. It is about drag and drop of items. And we're gonna use this right inside of our list. We can have multiple of them. So for every card, we're gonna have one of these, but with our setup, that should be no problem at all. So what I already did to save some time is I installed a few dependencies. So I installed the React Native draggable Flatlist, and I also installed the Expo Haptics plugin. You will see where this comes in pretty soon. It's going to be interesting. First of all, we now work inside of our list view component. Inside of the list view component, we should now get a few more things. So we want to have get list cards, add list card, probably also update card, and I think that's enough for the moment. And that also means I would like to have a const load list tasks right here, which will load our data. So just like before, this should load all the list cards for a specific list ID. And once we got this, we should save this in some state. So let's say these are our tasks, set task, use state, an empty array, and then set task to my cards. Additionally, I think, let's just say, I don't know if we do have, what is get list cards giving us? A promise any. Let's check this out in our context here. So this is giving a list of cards, an array. I mean, in theory, we should have an enum or a type for that. It should be an array of tasks, shouldn't it? I can't see the problem right now, so let's just give it a try and call it an array of tasks. Right now, this should actually return an empty array. I want to also remove that log for Supabase client initialized. Where did we place that? Okay, let's comment that out. Okay, and if I go here, I'm only getting the log for the board, I think. Is it in the board area? Nope, it's probably here on the ID page. Yep. Okay, so getting rid of a few logs that we don't really need. Okay, we should use this in the use effect hook, load list task, empty dependencies array, and then we get an empty array because we have not created any cards so far. So let's add a function to do this. Const on add card equals an async function. In this function, I want to get back, actually I want to get back the data. So let's use await add list card with, okay, now it's getting interesting. We need the list ID, the board ID, a title, position, optional image URL. Okay, so let's start. We have the task list ID. We should have the task list.board ID. We need the new title for a new card inside or a new task. Let's do this here. Const new task, set new task is going to be an empty string. So new task. And the position is the current length of my tasks. So tasks.length. Let's see, did we get the brackets right? Okay, that looks pretty good. I set this to all the tasks I had before and append the new data. That seems about right. So what should happen, or how does the flow actually look like? Maybe we take a quick look at the repository here. Do I have the screenshot of this? Probably not. But anyway, let's open this in a new tab. So the idea is that at the bottom, right here in the card, we should have two buttons: to add a card and eventually upload an image. Once we press on add card, it should render a new row inside of that card where we can insert some data, and these buttons should change to like cancel and save. Okay, so we have like a bit of conditional stuff going on. That's probably the best way to get started. We will get to the drag and drop soon enough. For the moment, let's do this one. Where do we place this? Somewhere in my card, beyond the header. That would make sense. So I want to place the view here. If we are not adding, do we have that state? Okay, so my initial state is that I'm not adding something. Is adding, set is adding, use fault. My initial state is I'm not adding something. So if I'm not adding something here, I want to render the following. I will wrap this in an empty fragment because you can only have one child here. So touchable opacity, and the touchable opacity will have an icon, name add, and then size, I don't know, something like 14. It should be fine. And then we can close this, and then we have another text element with add card. So that should render in the left hand side. Okay, we notice we should probably also set the flex direction here. So flex direction row and align items in the center. Okay, that's a bit better. Not perfect, but it's better. Additionally, the view should also get some space very soon. Well, let's first do this one. The second button should be another touchable opacity. This should actually capture an image later, and for the moment it has no functionality, but let's give it image outline and oops, size of, I think we need a bigger size here. I don't know exactly why that's the case, but let's see. So now, as I said, this view needs to have a flex of row and justify the content space between. So then these items are placed to the sides. Okay, that looks a bit better. For my text, I kind of want to change the styling here a bit as well. Can we set the font size to 12? Yeah, that matches. I think that matches all the padding we have. Once I click on this button, what happens? On press, I am in the adding mode. So I will set is adding to true, which will also hide this row. All right, so we go to the next one. In the case, maybe I can just copy this. In the case we are adding a new card, we also have two touchable opacities. The first one will click and mean cancel. And I want to remove that icon, and actually I don't need the styling in that case because there's just a text. Maybe make this even a bit bigger and then use colors primary. So then we'll have a cancel button here, and the image would also disappear, and instead we would have a new text element, some styling, font size, color primary, maybe even font weight bold. Font weight bold, not black, just want a bit bold. And on press, no, there shouldn't be any on press. Text, okay, this should be just add and then close. Okay, we have cancel and add. So let's check out the flow. This should go back to false. So add card, I would have a text input and I can cancel, I leave it. Later I will capture an image, and if I press add, I want to go to something like on add card. Do we have on add card already? I don't think so, right? Oh no, we did. Yeah, here it is. Nice. So we actually, did we attach that? Did I still have it a copy? No, I don't have. The pity. But that should work. Cool. Okay, so that is the beginning. Now we just need the input field. I will place this above this view. This is like the bottom view. Here up here we have a header view, and in between we have the to-do draggable list, and then we have another input. So if we are in this adding state, in that case I want to render a simple text input component here, which will automatically get focus style. Do we already have the input styling? No, I thought we had that. Didn't we use that before? No, apparently not. So the input will actually also have a little bit of shadow, so shadow color, elevation, and otherwise a white background, some padding, some margin, nothing too crazy. But let's go here. So this is my input styling. And once we get that view, we should also connect it. So the value should be new task, and on change text, I want to call set new task. Yeah, basically like this. So adding it, it shows something. I can press cancel, it goes away. And if I add this, it should also add the data right into my cards here. So let's try my first card. Let's hit add. And here we go. Board ID, list ID, everything is populated. Even the creator. Do we have like a creator? Not really, but we could easily have this if we wanted to. So I am still in that text input field right now. I probably don't want to be there, at least at some point. So let's see, where's my on add card here? I should also say set is adding false, and I should set the new task to an empty string again. Okay, so this also means if I now enter this board, that my bread is ready and I quickly need to go to the oven. All right, the sourdough bread turned out epic. I'm gonna put an image in here just for reference. You should follow me on Instagram if you wanna see more cooking content. But what we wanted to see was that we are now getting data. So we're getting an empty array, which is my second, like the second card list here. And we do get the cards for that first list. That means we have installed our draggable Flatlist component. We just need to render the stuff inside of the draggable Flatlist. So where do we get started? Let's bring in two imports. So make sure you install the commands that I've shown in the beginning of this chapter for the React Native draggable Flatlist and Expo Haptics. And once we got these two, we can go ahead. In fact, we can already prepare one. Actually, this is, by the way, not required. We can prepare one function and call this already on task dropped. We're going to need this very soon. So this is going to be an async function, and we can type this. So we actually bring in the drag and params of the type task. So let's just put a little lock here on task dropped. Okay, so we had our statement for to do, which we can now finally fill with some life. Here is the draggable Flatlist. The draggable Flatlist needs a bunch of things, but let's start easy. We first of all need to feed in an array of data, which is in our case the tasks. We do have a key extractor function that should return the item ID. Is the item ID a string? Yeah, that it is. We need more things. We need a render item function. That's probably the most important piece here. And for this render item function, I actually want to render a new list item. So let's call this one list item.tsx under my board and do it like this. Is the list item getting some stuff? Yeah, it definitely is. This is, by the way, taking some of the code that I found here. So you can check out, it actually starts with like a nestable flat list, and then it continues down here. So what we're gonna see is there's like a scale decorator that I really wanna use. So let's bring in some of the things here that could be helpful. And I also want to actually delete the Flatlist component itself. They did all of this in one view. We're not really doing this in one view. But nonetheless, I want to have a return statement similar to this. So we do have the scale decorator. We do have a touchable opacity on long press. And this list item is actually getting a lot of params from render item params, again, which also holds our task element. And from these render item params, you see we get index, drag, or is active, and we can destructure this. So let's get the item, drag is active, and that should be helpful for our application. I also might need the router in here. So use router, because at some point we would probably want to go into one of the cards. So we can prepare for that by saying open link, and that would go to some page. Let's probably put in a lock, then we can easily find this open card page. Cool. So we do have the touchable opacity. Let's see what's going on. So there's a styling for a row item that's also somewhere here. So that's pretty nice. Let's bring that over and import. We do have style sheet. I actually don't need text in here. And I will probably change this because they use a different approach. I want to use something different in here. And also, let's see what we got as well. So we have on long press, starting our drag. It is disabled when it is not active. It has the row item style. And once we are dragging this, I will not set the background color. That is kind of strange. I want to set the opacity here. So if this is actively dragging, I want to set the opacity to 0.5, and otherwise the opacity is going to be 1. Then we come to the inside area. Here we might distinguish between whether the item has an image or not. So let's start with a case that we can cover. So if the item does not have an image URL, then we're gonna render a simple view with some text that shows the item dot, and see, because we're using TypeScript, I got now access to all these things. That's pretty epic. We can render the item text. Okay, I think this is actually the most basic version of that view. We're gonna come back to this in a second, but I would like to supply this in here now because I think our list is rendering now. Nice. Second card. Okay, third card. Okay. So we have 3 items and I can actually move them around. They will not persist when I drop them yet. This is another thing we have to talk about. But for the moment, we have something that is close to a draggable list. Let's go into these items and improve them a bit. So I will give them some padding like this. I want to give them a background color white and a border radius of 4. This is not working immediately because they are, I think, are we actually using row item? Yeah, we do use row item, but that's actually a good question. Why is this not applied right now? Because the opacity is applied. Maybe the whole card is white. I'm not entirely sure. But let's see, item title. Normally this should be fine, but we're gonna come back. I mean, we haven't finished the whole setup for the draggable flat list anyway. It needs some more features. So on the draggable flat list, we wanna supply more information. So the content container style, this is like for the inside content. This is where I want to set a gap. So we have gap between the items now. Okay, this looks a lot better, right? So this is already getting us pretty close to what we want to see. Also, clicking on these should eventually trigger the open link. So that should be part of this one here. So on press open link. Again, they are cached, I think. Or use callback under the hood. So I might have to reload this. And if I now click this, yeah, open card comes up. Good, that's good. Okay, I have my content container styling. That's good. I might need some additional container styling. So I noticed that when the list gets too long, we get some problems. So once we have some images, we might notice this as well. Now, there are a bunch of other things we could set here. But first of all, on drag end, we want to call my on task dropped. So if I now drop this third card into the first place, it would call on task dropped and I would get the params, so I could then update all the positions of my cards. Additionally, I want to do something like on drag begin. And on drag begin, I want to call the haptics plugin, and your impact async, impact feedback style light is pretty cool. This gives the effect like you press it and in it tiny, like you get a tiny little feedback. And also once we move over a different card, it should give this like little snappy behavior. And you can do this by using on placeholder index change and then do the same thing with our haptics plugin. So on a simulator, it won't work. It would only work on your device. And of course, I can't show you this through the video anyway. So you have to trust me on that one. Okay, this is actually pretty cool. I can also add something here. I can have it here. And now what we want to do is we want to update the position, right? So when the task is dropped, we want to create some new data by using params.data.map. We get an item and an index, and we will return everything from the item, and for the position, I want to use the index here. Now I can, now I can call set tasks with that new information. So with that remapped information. So that means when I drop the second card here, it should actually stay in there. Okay, that works. However, once we enter this page again, it's again 1, 2, 3, because we're not persisting the data yet. That means for all the elements in new data, so for each item, we now have to call update card as any, what the? No, with that item, and then I would update the positions of the item in here. So let's see, we have my first, second, third card, position 0, 1, 2. If I drop the third in the first place, they should all update their positions eventually. Do I have to refresh this? Or did the functionality not work because we have to, okay, it's still like this. So we might have to go back, go in it again. Let's try again. Third card goes to the first place. And positions, do you update? No, your positions are not yet updating. I think I know why. I should, no, actually not. I was thinking that maybe we're using the old data. But in fact, we should be able to update the card. Let's see. Update card with the task. Do we get any sort of problem here? Okay, I'm dropping the third card here. And we see update card. So this is third card in the position 0. Position 1 is then my first card, and position 2 is the second card. That is definitely correct. I just wonder why the position is not updating in here, because that should update. From cards table, update, title, description, done. Well, I should probably also update the position in that case. Thanks for that, Simon. Nice trick. Okay, so if I now drop the third card in that place, yes, then the index is finally changed and the change is persisted to my database. Whew, nice, bullet dodged, at least almost. So we have achieved our drag and drop behavior within our Flatlist. I'm also able to add data here, which is then added automatically. Eventually, we will be able to go into the details page of a card. Maybe we can already prepare the routing for that. So we are here inside board ID. This is like the parent page, right? This is our board. And from here, I want to move into a card which might also have an ID. So I will place this in the folder card id.tsx. Okay, so this will be the page with like card details at some point. Again, we will be able to simply grab the ID. We can do this already, so we know that we're on the right page. Use local search params with the ID as a string and then logging that out. So then I should be able in my list item to route to the right page. That should be router. Let's see. In the list item, we want to go to board card item.id. That seems about right. So let's see if I go here. Open card page. It's still giving me that outdated version. Okay, card details, and we see the ID of a card being unlocked here. So our navigation works and we are able to do this. That feels actually very rewarding because we have done a pretty good job. This wasn't easy. And before we get into something more, because we actually want to use some real-time data from Supabase to like automatically update these items. Before we do that, we need one more thing, and that is collaborating with other users, and for that, we need to invite them. We want collaboration, we want multiplayer, and we want to have real time, and we can easily have all of that with Supabase. And we're gonna tackle this problem next. So first recommendation, grab a device, grab a phone, something, and create another user account in your application, because we need a second user in the system. So create that one first so we actually have someone to invite. Next, what do we want to do next? We will do this from the settings page here. So next to the settings page, I want to add a new file. I want to call this invite.tsx. Okay, React Native functional export page. That means invite also needs to be part of the parent layout. So I will grab this one here in the layout file where we define the board settings UI. We should also define this for board invite. For board invite, presentation will be modal again. Title will be something like manage board members. Touchable opacity, router back. This might have a slightly different style though, although this is not completely important, but here we go. And now on my settings page, I want to add a new touchable opacity. So on the settings page, we do have the text input, we do have close board. In between that, I want to have another view which gets some container styling. Do we already have this? Oh, nicely, we have that already. Cool. There will be some members first of all. So in the first part, we will render something like this. This is more, where are we? Second board, here we go. So this is more like the header for that category, okay? This is just a text and an icon. Now, this here should be to do a flat list of member, but since we don't really have any members yet, let's start by adding them first. So link href to, and now we need to check out what is our path. That should be authenticated /board/invite, and yes, I will pass through the ID like this again. I will also use as child since we are wrapping a touchable opacity once again. So let's close this first and then use a touchable opacity style. Do we have something like a full button? I think I made one styling for a full button before, which basically has like completely primary color in the background. So let's use that and not the delete button. So let's use the full button here. And after the text, we need to close that. So looks somewhat like this. That's probably not the final solution. Font size 16 and color should be something light. Do we already have the colors in here? Yeah. Okay, so by clicking on that, we bring up another modal, this time not stacking, this time just like, yeah, well, stacking modals, but not stacking inside. I think that should be fine. I actually don't know why we have it like this here, but I think this was the case in the application, so I'm not making that stuff up. Do we first want to get all the members in here? Could be a good idea. So we can update this. There should be a functionality to get the board member. Getting the board member in our Supabase context should do the following. It should go through the users table. That's why we did it. It will select all the people that have a board ID, and then it will resolve their information from the users table. So we do get all the users back. And we also have add user to board, which is basically just adding another entry into that table. About finding users, that's something we have to talk about in a second. That's gonna be something really interesting. But for the moment, let's attend to this in here. So we're gonna get all the member by using, oh, come on, await get board member. And then I should have an array, const member, set member, use state. Actually, this should be like an array of users. And I can set the data. So at the moment, if I'm here, I should get an array with one person. That's just me on that board. In fact, we can already render this. If we have one member, we can render. So let's do this. So where we have the to-do for the flat list, let's exchange this for an actual flat list. The data will be the member array. And then we need a couple of things here. So we need the key extractor, which should get the item ID. We need a render item function. And this one should render our item, but I like to reuse this. So we make this a component. Let's call this one user list item. Very creative, Simon. Native functional export. And a user list item will get interface user list item props, an element which is actually of the type list render item info. So making use of the flatlist component and also my user. And on press, I have a selected user. So this is my interface here. Cool. Can I just like somehow make this easier, this process? I don't know. Doesn't look like it, right? Okay. So we can now get the element, and from the element I actually want to extract the item, and I have on press. So looks a bit strange, bit of TypeScript fun here, but gives us access to all the relevant things. Now we can use this for our flat list. Let's render the user list item in here, and then we have a nice clean setup. We don't have a nice clean setup because somebody is mad, cannot read property. Yeah, maybe we should do it in a slightly different way. So we should get the item here and then explicitly call the user list item, pass the element as item, and make sure we're closing this accordingly. And then we still need to account for on press. So on press, actually we don't want to do anything on press here, so we can just keep it like this. Can we just say void or something like this? Okay, cool. Here we go, and we see one user list item. Cool. Because we have the information, we should be able to quickly fill that with some live. Actually, let me bring this in because this isn't too interesting. So we basically just want to render a user with an avatar image. We want to get the right color, of course, but that's all. So what we render in here is a touchable opacity. On press, I call my on press from the interface, which will bubble up the event. And then we have in the first place an image using the user's avatar URL. And then we have a view with a first name and the email. I just noticed, so this is all for the user list item, but on the settings page, the Flatlist definitely needs some more styling. So let's add a style, style. Let's use margin vertical of 12. Okay, yep. And then also a content container style where we can set the gap between my items. So later this will come in handy. Cool. So we're displaying all the users we have. We only have one. So let's get into managing those users now. On our invite page, do we have that page? Yeah, we should, right? Yeah, here we go. On the invite page, we have the ID of the board, which is passed through the local params. Const use local search params. We have the ID. We want something from our use Supabase context. And what we want is we want to find users and we want to add user to a board. We also want the Expo Router in here so we can directly go back from code. Use router. Not this one here. And what we want as well is to have a search field. So search, set search, that's going to be an empty string in the beginning. And then we have a result, which is a user list. So this quickly gets out of hand. I'm glad we made this into its own component. So this is going to be a user array. Okay. And finally, we might access the header. Hey, that could come in handy at some point. So let's use header. Hey, we've done that before from React Navigation Elements. Cool. With all of that in place, let's go into this page. Let's give it some styling. Let's use up all the available space, but also add a bit of padding. And we start by actually adding the search bar here into the header. So we're going with stack.screen and options right on this page. We can do what we did before. So we're gonna set the header shadow visible to false and use our own header styling by using the default theme. So we have like a themeless header experience here. Let's close this. Okay, so it looks like this. Now there's also all of this makes sense. But the more important part is now we use header search bar options. All right, so within here, we're gonna specify the input type is not search, it's actually email because we're gonna search by email. We want to have a placeholder like, I don't know, invite by name, username, or email. Okay, this is my placeholder. I want to automatically focus this field. I want to have a cancel button text of, actually I want to kind of misuse this and call this one done. And on change text, I want to, actually we only have an native event here. So we're gonna have to do this a bit different than we usually do. So I can now set my search. I should be able to set my search to native event text. What is your problem right now? Okay, yes, this is the problem. So this is a good start, right? I press done, it would search for the user. And actually, as I said, we're gonna misuse this a bit. So on cancel button press, I wanna trigger my function on search user. So const on search user. User is going to be an async function. Is this correct, I wonder? Might be correct, I don't know. Let's see. I actually don't know what my other users are called. So I know that this is my email If I press done, I get 0 users. Okay, this might be challenging and we're gonna have to talk about a couple of things here. I actually don't know by what field we currently search. So my second user has this great name here. Let's see, if I search by that name, I would still get 0 users. And why is that the case? Well, we're gonna find out in a second. Beyond that, beyond that, what was my question beyond that? No. I had a completely different thought, but that was not the case. But what we want is we actually want to have a flat list in that view. So I'm gonna just put a to-do in here for the flat list, but we first need to figure out the search problem. So how does the search actually work? That's a very good question that you should be asking. So our find users tries to search tries to use the search users stored procedure and find a user by email. Actually, this is duplicate. This does not make sense. I want to put in the login here as well, just to make sure that we are, let's see. Oh no, what happened? Why am I not allowed to go there anymore? No, this is not the place. This is the place. Here we go, manage. Okay, I don't want to auto capitalize. This is a problem problematically. Searching for users, on search, users, null. Okay. Why did this not return any data? Maybe there is an error. That is always good debugging. So let's see. What was the name of that other user? So let's see. The other user had like a really cryptical name. Manage board members. Can I? Yeah, if you have like an overlay over and refresh the app, that's always gonna get us into trouble. Okay. Code details none. No operator matches the given name and argument. You might need to add explicit typecast. Match operator does not exist. Character varying text. Okay, that one is interesting and certainly something we have to debug. Now, why should this work in the first place? So this stored procedure should be created or was created initially with a script. So let me bring in our initial SQL script that we ran. So we created all the tables and triggers. We actually enabled Realtime. That's going to be important. Get boards, handle boards, onboard created. Policies. Here we go. Create or replace function search users, which will get a varchar, which is a string to search my users. This should return a set of users, and it returns a query select star from users u where search any string to array where it searches my email. All right, I figured out the problem. It was an extension that I hadn't enabled. So go to your database, go to extensions, and then you want to search for PG_TRGM, text similarity environment, and index searching based trigrams. Make sure that one is enabled. And once this is enabled, our function should work. So again, what our function is basically doing is searching through the users and giving us the users that match. So if I now go back here, let's do this again. If I mess this up one time with an error, it's just not working, right? Okay, let's see. I'll go to this board. I go here, I manage board members, and I want to see if there's a user for this email. And as a result, on search users will now actually give me one new result. So with that result, I should be able to update my view and display a user list. So I set this to the users and then I create a flat list, which is probably pretty much or very similar to the flat list we just did. So let's add the Flatlist component. Data in this case is the user list. Key extractor is fine. Render item should be fine. This is still my element. Only thing is that on press, I actually want to do something. So on press, we have const on add user, which gives us the actual user. And in here, we can then call add user to board. We need the board ID that should be passed to this page and the user ID. And yes, exclamation mark here. And then we can go back calling router.dismiss to bring us to the previous view. So let's add on add user to the click handler here. So this time we are making use of that. And let's do a little refresh again. So what was the email again? I really want to table editor. Actually, I could do this probably from my device. If I open up Reflector, I could search for the user. That would be fun as well, wouldn't it? Let's see. Okay, here's my other app. You see these are different values here. If I now reload here, and here in Simon's iPhone board, I manage my members. I search for my good old friend Isaac. It should render in the list if the user exists, or I'm not finding any members. That could be the case, of course, as well. So I had so many hopes in this. Why is not this one not finding it? Let's try again. Let's try the email we had here. I kind of wanted to do it the opposite way. I'm pretty sure I made a very dumb mistake at some point. I actually think I know what mistake I made. It is hidden behind the input. So in both cases, I'm pretty sure that we can see this if I give the right styling here. So margin top will be like 60 plus the header height. Yeah, of course that was the problem. So on my device, I want to add my good friend to the board. And once I do this, this user here should have access to Simon's board as well. Isn't that nice? What a beauty. And if I go into the Simon's iPhone board, yep, we see that we do have 2 new members. Cool. So that means we have achieved this. This user apparently does not have an image, but it has a cool Clerk default avatar that looks actually pretty nice. We don't have a username because we're using Apple, and I decided to hide that. But at this point, we are able to find users using the stored procedure in Supabase. Highly recommend you read on the general article about full text search with Supabase, because this definitely is possible. There are many different ways. I decided to go with like the last explained way here, but there are many more where you can like create an index and then search through that. I thought this might be the safest bet with our stored procedure. And it turns out it works. You just have to make sure the extension is enabled. And now that we got multiple users on a board, it is time to talk about real-time updates. At the moment, there's no way in seeing if another user has added a card here. So if I go to my phone and add a card here, so whatever is in that card, it will be added on the phone. So I can see that it added here, but it's not added here. Only if I go back and back in, I would load the card. This is where Supabase Realtime comes into play. Let's check it out. For that, let's see. That's actually fine. But what we need is on our cards table, we need to make sure Realtime is enabled. Okay. We did this, in fact, initially with a command. So if you check out the migrations that we ran initially, let's see, is it here? No, I can't. Where's my editor? It was down here where we had alta publication, Supabase, Realtime, add table, cards, and lists. We could actually do this for lists as well. We will just for now implement it only for the cards of the list and not like a list was added. But that could be a nice homework for you. The problem here is, or was, because I have already figured this out, that if we're using a custom JWT as we do with Clerk and our authentication mechanism, we need to take an additional step. So in the Supabase provider, we have a function set real-time auth, which is called when this provider is created. And this will grab the Clerk token, basically like we did in the Supabase client initialization code, and set this for our real-time auth. This line is unbelievable important, and it took me time to correctly figure this out. You can actually read about this here. So if you use custom tokens, then you see you create the client here, whatever, but then you set the custom JWT, and this was the missing piece for me. Okay. All right. So I hope you got this. The provider is doing this for us in the background already. And then there's another function to get this real-time card subscription. So usually you would use some Supabase code like this, where you use the client, you open up a channel. So in this case, for example, card changes with the ID of the list here. And then on Postgres changes, you can do something. So I would catch all the events on the cards table, so that limits it, and then I would call the real-time changes callback function here. Okay, this is the general idea, and I wanted to extract this here into the provider because we have all the logic for Supabase in here, and therefore we're gonna manage it in here. But in my list view, I can now subscribe to this. So where we have our load list task initially, we will now also create a subscription, and we're gonna call get real-time. Oh, we probably need to bring that in from my provider. Get real-time card subscription. Get real-time card subscription. This requires the ID. I think, do we have the ID or no? It's just task list.id. And then the second one is the actual update. In my case, let's do another function here. Let's call this one const handle real-time changes equals update any. Actually don't know the type right now. And then we can pass this in here. That should make life a bit easier. This also gives us the chance to correctly manage this, because when this view is created, we can use the return function of use effect to unsubscribe so we don't create any memory leaks. Okay, let's see. I want to now log out the update here. That should be interesting. Can I, by the way, press? I kind of want to see this in the browser. So if I now do something in here, so I create a card test in here. I should, okay, this is now very prone to errors, and we should reload in both cases. So I will go into Simon's board. I will go here into, maybe I was even in the wrong board. Okay, here we go. I added the card on my real device, which is this one. And this here is the debugging from my simulator. And the simulator, as we can see, received an update object. We have the event type, so we can react to different event types. We have an old or new, so old doesn't exist. Old would be probably filled if we had like an update or a delete. We have the schema public, we have the table cards, and we have the new value. And with all of that, we can build our own engine to automatically update our view. So let's remove that lock here. And let's see, we're gonna get the record by using update.new.id. If that is set, I want to use update new, and otherwise I would use update old. We should add a question mark because that might not be set. We can also get the event by using update.event type. And I really wonder if Supabase does have a type for this. Status, subscribe, real time. This gives me back real time changes. on. This should give us real-time Postgres changes payload. I don't know how helpful this is going to be, or if we can actually get that. This is a generic type. Honestly, I don't know how to handle this correctly. This is where my TypeScript skills end. Would I get this now? Explicitly has type any. Yeah, I probably think I'm not smart enough for that. Would it work like this? You're not getting the type right here, right? I kind of don't feel like this. Is this a good idea? Would this give me any kind of update that... Actually, it's good. Okay, it worked like this. Nice update. Cool, works. So here you have the record and the event. And so now if we don't have a record, then we will just return. By the way, there's another thing we did initially for the table. Just want to highlight this once again. We added this line here. Make sure deleted records are included in real time. So when we later remove a card, that means the record will be included in the real time. This is where these two lines come in handy. So we did this like 3 hours ago, and now it finally clicks and makes sense in our application. Okay, so if the event is equal to insert, oh, now I get nice code completion. I really like this. Nice. That was a nice addition. You sometimes really have to be adventurous and like go with the flow and check this out. Really happy about this. Anyway, else if it is an update, then I don't know what we do in the case of an update. And if it is a delete event, I would just filter this out from my list. And otherwise, I don't know, we can do like a console log unhandled event. Okay. So most importantly, if something was inserted, I want to update my tasks. And I want to use the syntax where we have the previous and then a callback function, because this will work more reliable for me. So you can do it just like this. It's pretty much the same as just calling set tasks, like set tasks with whatever data. But this way worked a lot better with a callback function for me in the case where we pass this as an argument to another function and a subscription. So I think this works better in that case. Okay, now let's try if I add something here. I'm probably not getting it immediately because I should reload the fun. And this is usually giving me some issues otherwise. So Simon's iPhone board. But now I should really see that once I add this, it appears in here as well. Nice. No, actually not. And encounter two children with the same name. So much fun debugging this. So much fun. Okay. Simon's iPhone board. From my iPhone, I add the hundreds random card in here. Okay, finally, when I don't have the view open, it of course works very great. Thank you for nothing. But we see we get back the new object and we get back the insert event, and it is definitely showing up here. Additionally, my device is still showing encountered two children with the same key. I wonder where we messed that up. It's showing me the problem right here. So we had the previous data and then we have the new record. That new record should have a new ID. And we use this in our list. So render item, key extractor, item.id. This should, by the way, be a string normally. So sometimes it complains about that stuff. Although I don't think so. Let's hit save nonetheless, and let's do a little refresh. So maybe it now also works in here. Add card, test, live. Add the card, and it appears on the other side as well. I don't know. We don't have any problem here. I know what's the problem. We are still manually handling this. So whenever we add a card, we're also doing this. And we don't need to do that anymore because we don't have to. So now it should work. If I do something and add this, it appears here and it appears here. Nice. Also, on the same note, are we already reacting to the delete event? No, we're not, but that should be pretty easy. It's basically the same. We want to call set tasks, and I want to return all my previous state. Filter by the item and make sure that the item is not equal to the record ID. Now we don't have the delete function yet, but we can trick this because we can just go into the data and remove a bunch of these things. So let's delete these 3 rows. It looks like our live reload is once again out of sync. So that's the problem with live reload and the connection. It sometimes drops and it doesn't really work out well in that case. Let's try again with 1 record. So let's just try to remove the last record here. Oops, delete row. Yeah, and then it disappears. Again here, I can delete this and it disappears. So our real-time stuff definitely works, and I think during debugging we have a lot of connections open, we open it up, we close it, we return the subscription, we unsubscribe, and that's just totally messing things up. Additionally, we can also update the task. I found this code to be a bit more challenging than what we had here. So this is just going through the previous data, and if we encounter the right element, we return the new record. After that, we should also filter out all the tasks that are done because that's something we might update, and then we also need to sort by position. So it's a bit more challenging, and right now, actually we could do this. Let's give this a try. So one of them was like GG. If I change the done value of GG assigned to, so done is here. If I change this to true, I would probably have to reload this once because my real time, you know. Okay, let's go here and let's set this to true. Yeah, then the element is removed, and we see in the logs that we now encountered an update event, which also gives us access to the old and the new event. Cool. That's pretty nice. At this point, we do have real-time working completely in our app. Is there anything else here that we did manually? Like manually deleting something? Not really, I don't think so. So I feel like we are ready for the next step. And the next step is image upload. All right, let's take another step forward and allow image upload to Supabase. For this, you can begin by adding 3 dependencies: the Expo image picker, the Expo file system plugin, and the base64 array buffer package. Once you get this, start or restart your pre-build, because these are changes to your native code. And once you get this, let's talk about storage. So we do have storage and we do have a files bucket already. Why do we have all of these things? Well, whenever I want to do this, I forget that I should open this up. So we created here the Postgres storage bucket. All of this is Postgres. So we did this initially with our migrations file, and we created a policy as well. So with that in place, let's see where we can begin. We should probably just do this right inside of our list view. And it doesn't really matter in which kind of board we do this. We can do this here, we can do this anywhere. We want to bring in the image picker and the file system. And from my provider, I want to get upload file as well now. Then at some point in this, we should really like think about adding another component layer in here. But nonetheless, let's do on select image, gonna be something async, and we should have the right place somewhere. So this is the place where we want to call this. I just need to find this. Probably here on press, we call on select image. Okay. On select image, it's a pretty standard functionality that we can use from Expo actually. So usually you would do something like this: image picker, launch image library async, or there are different options. So if we do this, you could also launch the camera library async. Oh no, I think I forgot something. For this, we actually have to go to the app.json. Oh no, I need to do another pre-build. And under plugins, where we have Expo Router and Expo Secure Store, we need to provide another third one for the Expo Image Picker to give the right permissions no, to my device. So let's do another npx expo run iOS, or do we need... I don't know actually if we need to do another pre-build or if Expo Run is enough. We shall see. We will figure this out. But nonetheless, this should eventually give us a result, which is an image object that the user selected either from the library. You can also like open up a little action sheet and then the user selects if we want to use camera or library. So if the result was not cancelled, in that case, I want to get that image. Now, here are a couple of lines that are quite interesting, but very, very boring. Okay, so we want to get, first of all, the image asset. Then we will get the base64 content of that image by reading it by its new URI, okay? So we get it in the base64 format. Then I will create file name using the current date time, the current user ID, which we can, by the way, simply get from Clerk. So let's add that up here. I really like how easy we can do this with Clerk. So from Clerk, I can just get user ID equals use auth. Thanks. And let's go back down to my image function. Okay, so we create this file name. The path will be the board ID / the file name, and then we have the content type as well. Now, the last missing piece here is actually just calling the upload. So I will go with storage path equals await upload file. Upload file expects the file path, the base64 data, and the content type. And if we do get the storage path back, which I will log out, then I want to add a list card. So we'll call, actually we don't have to await this really, add list card. And we create a new card in my list. We have the task list ID, we have the board ID. We will not use the storage path, we will just use the file name. This is task length is the position. And then we have the image URL, that is the storage path. Okay, so we're using the file name as the title. What are you mad about? This is possibly undefined. No, I don't think that at this point it's undefined. Okay, let's just give it a try. Let's just give it a try and see if we fail. No, we're not failing. That is good. So let's select my photo. I will choose this. And then we get back a promise. Upload file is not a function. We can maybe, but maybe not. Let's see. Oh yeah, I remember. Didn't we comment out that function in our context? Yeah. It has been so long since we did this that I completely forgot about this. So this is the point where you want to comment in the decode import up here and where you want to comment in the upload file functionality and make sure that it's included in your object. So fix those three points of failure. So upload file is using client.storage instead of the client.fromUse we had before with all the tables. So with client.storage, we can access Supabase Storage. We supply my files bucket, which is just the name files. And then we upload our, where is it? Base 64 data right here. So upload to the new file path using decode base 64 and the content type. You could also supply more information, and in the end we're gonna return the path. Now in this case, this basically should work. So if I upload this, let's do it again, and let's check here. So I will select Mika, choose, and here somewhere in files, let's do a refresh. We should see a folder for that and the uploaded image. And we actually also see that here is a new list item, but it has no title or image URL. So we now need to go back to my list item component. And I said this before, if this has an image URL, we need to talk about it again. And that time has come. So if the item does have an image URL, we're gonna wrap this in a fragment as well. The problem is, what is the problem? Let's check out how this looks in the database, because that's not so easy to handle. In my cards, I should have a card which now has for the title the name of that file. So something, the timestamp, the user ID.png. And for the image URL, we have the path to the bucket, but that's protected and that's not enough to display that image. So we actually now need to retrieve actively that image using a function. And we use this one here in my context, get file from path. We use client storage from file bucket and we create a signed URL. So that means that everyone could with that URL view that file. Because right now, I think if I go into storage, files here, get URL, okay, I can download it. Okay, yeah. Well, if it expires in 1 week, then yeah, I could of course open that up and see it. I would like to have like just this one without the path, but I can't really. Okay, I can't really fake this. Anyway, that means we're using the create signed URL function on that path. We do like, I think this should be, is it 60 seconds times 60, so an hour. And I also thought it would be pretty cool if we just supply some transform options, because you can do this with Supabase. So this image is actually quite big. This is like, well, actually it's not too big, but I had some images here that were like 10 megabytes or something, and then we don't really need this. We need this in a pretty small preview, so we don't want to download that whole image. And with this transform function, if you supply this on the fly, it will be resized and will be easier for your application to consume. So now we just need to use it like this. Okay, so get file from path equals use Supabase. And then we have the router, and we want to use some state const image path set image path. That will be a string or nothing. Okay, and now we can go ahead. We don't really need use effect. We can just say if the item does have an image URL. In that case, I want to call get file from path using the item.image URL. And once we get that, we should get back a path, and we can simply set that. So if we have a path here, we might want to call set image path to that. So let's close some brackets, and let's see in here, log the path. So at this point, we should actually, what is, yep. Here we go on select image. Oh no, this is the storage path. Let's do this again. Is our list item using this already? Yep, here we go. This is a URL, and if I would open this up, yep, it would actually render Mika. Cool. So now with that set as the image path, we should have an easy time. So let's go into the code where we opened up the empty fragment and make sure that we also have, oops, let's not mess this up. Let's also make sure we have an image path. And only if we have an image path, we will render our image. Displaying that image is now pretty easy. We just need to bring in the image component from React Native. We set the source to our URI. The URI is the image path. For the style, I want to use 100% with a height of 200 and it shows up. I might want to give this a little border radius as well. And we can also give it a background color when it's loading, so something like this, but that won't change a whole lot. Additionally, we can also display, we could also display the name of that file, but I don't know if we really want to. Maybe we do this. Let's put in a new view here. Some styling will follow. And within that view, I want to set text to item title. And I want to set the style here to flex1 because there will be multiple items. So then it should actually render my title. At least I think so. Let's see, flex direction. I want to set this one here to row and align items to center as well. So this is actually the point where we would eventually render an icon if this was assigned to a person. So if the item was assigned to a person, then we would render another outline icon. However, I feel like something is not reloading here correctly. Yeah, now we see the image path being down here, and I can still click on this to go to the details page. Also, if on the list view page, where is the capture something or the image? So I can launch the camera async as well. If I did that, let's see. And if I go into the Simon's iPhone board and it's using, oh, okay, I haven't rebuilt it for native. So sorry about that, but I will try and in the meantime capture an image. But nonetheless, we have solved another step because we have now an image here in our component. We can actually, by the way, still use drag and drop. And we have that image nicely stored on Supabase Storage. So there are just, I think, two more parts missing now. The first being that we can assign these tasks, so we can update them a tiny bit and assign them to a different user. And then in the grand final, we will do push notifications with webhooks and triggers and putting everything together that we had before. Sad it might be, but we're slowly moving towards the end of this clone build. But before we do that, we got a big topic ahead, and that is updating a card, assigning it to a user, and eventually triggering a push notification. So in this chapter, let's focus on this page where we can update one of our cards here. The idea is basically that we have this page where we can add either a description or update the title. We again want to display the image of that card, and below we will have a button to assign it to a user or to archive the card because there's like no deletion inside the actual Trello application. Once we click on assigning a card, we're going to trigger one of these bottom sheets again in which we list out the available users. We click on a user and that user is assigned to a card, eventually resulting in, do I have a screenshot of that? Nope, not really. Eventually resulting in, well, the user being assigned to the card. We can confirm it because we want to show a little head here, an icon here, and also once we go into Supabase, into the cards, we should see that this column will be populated with a user ID. Good. Let's do this. let's do this. So what we need to do is we need to bring up our card ID page. Okay, this is the first step. And by the way, one additional thing in the list item, we previously already made a little change, and before I forget about it, we should do the same change down here. So in the list item, we are rendering these items, right? And we said if we have an image path, we render the image, and we currently print out the path, and we will also print out if the item is assigned to this person icon. We can actually change this to something else, but for the moment, let's leave it like this. And what we're gonna do as well is down here, if we don't have an item image URL, we will also show if the item is assigned to, we will display this. Let's quickly test this. So I will just add not item assigned to, because these are not reloading. These don't work well yet. I think this view needs some flex direction row, and we probably want to align the items in the center. Still not doing this. Okay, we can. Here we go. This is what we eventually see if an item is assigned. Okay, same up here. So now we need to test this. Reload again. Just want to make sure, okay, if an item is assigned, it will show up this item. So remove the negation here. So it can, oh, that was the wrong, be careful where you remove it. Remove it only in those places. And then let's move on to our ID page. And that is the only one I think we currently have to work with. Or maybe we need to tweak this in the layout as well. Right here. Well, we got our board invite page. Let's copy this and let's add an entry for board/card/ID. That is the file name. Yeah, I don't want to present, actually, no, I want to present this as a contained modal. The title will be empty for that card. And I don't need the header left button here, but what I want is to use the same setting we had before to make the header invisible and use the default theme. So, all right, this is how the card details come up. Okay, so going here, going into a card, and it opens this full screen modal in which we can play around with whatever we want to do. This also eventually means that on the ID page, we're gonna have an entry for stack.screen in which we can update our page. Why are we doing it like this? Simple explanation that I will give you in a second. So go ahead with the stack screen and put in the options here. The reason is we want in the header left a button which is a touchable opacity. And that button should trigger a function that's on this page. So touchable opacity here. And on press, we want to trigger a function. And this function should be save and close. Okay, well, probably not going to do this yet. And this will be called here, and then we have an icon, name, close, that should work. Maybe make this a bit bigger and use something like colors.gray. Okay, so we got this up here, and this will eventually call our router to go back, so we can already inject that. So we can actually move around, use router. Okay, and router.back. Cool. So we're able to go into the card and leave that card again. That's a good start. Now, just like before, we need a block to load our information. Actually, we can probably copy this from here, from our settings page. Let's see if this is the same. So we have the use effect if we don't have something at all missing imports. Of course, we need our own context here again. So equals use Supabase. We need to, we don't need the board info, we need get card info, we need get board member because we eventually want to assign this to a member. We need get file from path because we need to render images. We need update card, and we need assign card. And we probably also need to Okay, yeah, if we archive the card, we're gonna do something else. Cool, so let's get our data by calling get card info. This will give us the general information, and we're gonna store this in a little state here, set card. Copilot is really getting smarter all the time when you work with it, so right when I say it, it's completely nonsense. Okay, yeah, that's probably my mistake because I used task and card, and maybe we could have changed it here or there. And nonetheless, it should work. We can also get the board member using not the ID, because that's the ID of the task. What we instead use is data.boardID. The data we get back here from get card info should actually, it doesn't have the type, but it's actually correct. This one should be the information, and then we can set this to const member use state user exactly, and setting our members that are available for selection in this certain card. Cool, let's check this out. I go here and we got the information, Simon's board. Here's the board ID. We resolve the information actually to get even more information. And down here we have an array of the potential users and their avatars. Good, with all of that information, we should have a pretty easy time to build out this page. One more thing, inside the list item, we had a functionality here to use the image, and I want to copy that over because that's pretty much exactly what we need to do. So if we have a card, image URL, we would use get file from card image URL, and then we would set it right. That should hopefully work. So then we also get our image accordingly. We have a save and close. We probably also want const on archive card. Okay, probably yes, going to be an async function to archive the card, and this might also be, actually this is not an async function. And then we also have const on assign user. All right, good, nice preparation. Additionally, as I said before, we need the bottom sheet modal on this page once again. So bring in the default imports from the good old Gorham for the bottom sheet. And then let's, just like before, define our bottom sheet modal ref and use memo for the snap points. So we got all of this in place. Cool. By the way, just like before, we also might need the backdrop. So we can already add this. We had this in another page before, this time using use callback, and then we have the bottom sheet backdrop. Pretty much the same stuff. Now let's get into the view. Because we want to display the bottom sheet, let's wrap all of this with the bottom sheet modal provider, and then we can just do our usual magic. So then we do like view style flex 1. Don't really need padding today here. Oh, that was interesting. And then we need to close this up. Okay. So the first thing is that we, after this stack, want to render if we have a card. So that should be our preamble here, and make sure that we got that actually. Only in that case, we're going to render the stuff on this page. That will make it a bit easier. Otherwise, we have to use the ternary operator all the time, and I don't really want that. So if we don't have a card image URL, we can just render a simple text input component. Okay, value will be my card title, and on change text, I want to call set card. This is actually a string. We can type this if we want to. And then we might need some styling as well. React Native style sheet, add the import somewhere at the top. Okay, and then we're gonna have our input styling, pretty much the standard we had before with some padding and border color. Let's give it in here, style equals styles.input. Okay, we got my input component here. That looks okay. I should be able to update this, and once I save, the card should be saved. We can probably already do this. in my update function. So what we need to do is simply call update card with the new information. Yeah, the card at that point will be defined. If you're curious, let's check out the Supabase context for that. So update card, simple update statement to our cards table with title, description, done, and position, where it matches the task ID. And assigning the card is also pretty easy. From cards, we update assigned to that user ID that we pass as an argument. And then we will actually select the result so we get back the right information for that card, and deleting it is simple as that as well. Cool. So let's check out save and close, test, update. Yeah, because of real-time changes, we probably are not getting this, but the card is actually updated. Test, update, whatever. So it's not updating because my connection is out of sync again, but it gets the job done. Cool. Now, if we have a description, let's see. We don't have an image URL, we rendered this. Let's all the time simply render the description field. Can't hurt, can't hurt. Styles input, that actually looks, I don't know, what is this? Why am I getting a comment here now? Okay, the value will be card description. That might be empty, so we can just use or an empty string. We use the same styling, but I actually want to give this a min height. So let's make this an array and say min height 100, 100, not 199. So it's a bit bigger field, and I want to make sure that I use multi-line here. Okay, multi-line set to true. And on change text, I will update my card description. Cool, yeah, that's it. Now, if we do have an image path, I might be able to just grab the information here we had on the actual list item. So after the text input, let's see. If we have an image path, I would like to have this image. Thank you for no import. Okay, image goes up here. If we do have an image, we would use this as the URI. I would probably even make it a bit bigger, but use pretty much the same setup like we had in here. That should work. Let's see, I just need to open something with an image, and then it renders the description field. So I should be able to now go back into this and see it. Nice, cool. Why is this actually rendering the assigned if the item is assigned? I still got this wrong, I think. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, we have the text input, we have the description input. Now let's talk about assigning this. So let's start by doing this. Okay, style, we're gonna call this one the member container. And I feel like we used the styling for a member container already somewhere, but probably we hadn't. So let's add this down here with a flex direction row and some gap and padding between the items. And then we're going to start off by adding a simple ionicons to indicate that section. Let's use person, colors gray. Okay, we got that. And then a touchable opacity. Now, the touchable opacity will trigger different things here. Let's use style flex 1. Flex 1. And then let's see, because on press, I want to open the modal sheet, I guess. So bottom sheet modal current dot present. Yes, that's what I want to do. That also means we soon need to add the bottom sheet. But inside of this, the text will be different. So if the card is not assigned, if it's not assigned to someone, in that case, I want to render a text element that says assign dot dot dot. In the other case, and now I'm finally using that syntax, it's like the first time today. In the other case, we're gonna say text assigned to card dot, okay, let's see. Card dot, it would be under users because we then populate that field. So it would be assigned to card.users dot first name or email, whatever you prefer in your application. Yeah, it might be empty if you assign it to someone else, but that should work for now. Well, let's make it like this. Either first name, or if that doesn't exist, we will use the email. Okay, and below that member container, so we got this, and clicking this won't do anything right now. Below the member container, by the way, shouldn't that member container have like a bit of margin? Like margin vertical something? Does it actually have like a background color or something? Maybe we should give it a background color. Yeah. And let's add now another touchable opacity behind this, which will be used to archive our card text. Archive, let's close this, on press archive, and then we need some styling for the button. So let's use styles.button. I think we don't have that one yet. So let's bring in button and button container styling pretty much like this. We just need to assign the style here as well. Styles.button text. Good. All right, we should be able to assign this and open up the modal sheet. Everything else seems to work quite nicely. That's cool. My cool description. A real task. Okay, let's close this. And here we go, a real task. Everything is persisted to Supabase. Good. Now we just need our bottom sheet modal. So bottom sheet modal. And as you know, there are quite a few settings. So is Copilot able to figure some of this out? No, of course not. So we need the reference to my bottom sheet modal. We have the index at 0. We have the snap points. We want to disable overdrag, false. We want to enable pen down to close, true. We want to have a custom backdrop component, render my backdrop. And we might have some custom handle style, which I don't know about yet. We're still missing the children here, so let's do a little container styling. So my bottom container will once again use the default theme background color. And then we can put in a simple view here. Styles.bottom container. Let's close this. And then everyone's already happy because I can click this and it opens up. We see this is not exactly what I wanted in my handle style. So I'm gonna set the background color here as well to the default theme colors.background. Then we want to achieve the same. And we also want to use some border radius. So we got like the rounded edges here and there. Cool. That looks good. Now within that view, we need actually, okay, we need first a little button to close this. This is pretty easy. We once again use the regular React Native button here. So if I go there, if I assign this, I want to have my cancel button here. I could also click the backdrop. That would work. Beyond that, we will use the Flatlist pretty much like we did on the other pages. So I think we should be able to reuse some of our code. Let's see. I will use a background color white and some padding of 10. And then I want to render a flat list. And that flat list should have data member. What's wrong with you? Import not working yet or something else? This overload matches no call. I think I supplied member use. Okay, that's an array of users. I'm sorry. But it still doesn't have a render item function. So render item should use my user list item once again. So we were really smart in creating that one. User list item should be reused in here. The element we need to pass is the item, and on press, we will call assign or on assign user. On assign user. Okay, so assigning this, that's almost correct. We still need the content container style of gap 8, so some gap between the elements. And don't we need the key extractor? That's interesting. I mean, yeah, if it just, yeah, well, we don't need this. The default, like it's by default looking for the ID. Okay, let's check. I created, or we have the table in Supabase. We are inside the cards. None of these are assigned, so let's assign this one to Simon. Did we actually, like, we probably need to go in here again. Did we mess up something? We have on press, on, okay, on assign user. It's not doing anything. That's probably the problem here. Okay, so we need to quickly implement these. On archive card is actually just calling an update to the card where we set the done value to true. So as I said, there's no remove necessary. We just do it like this, and then we call router back. On assigning the card, we can await the data using await assign card, and assign card needs the card ID and the selected user ID. Where do we get the selected user ID from? Well, that should be passed in here, because the user from our user list item on press function, let's quickly move into that. When we press this, we're actually passing back the user of that list item. So we get the information, and then we can use it in here as user.id. So that should assign the card to that new user. And because we are getting back the data as we've seen, I want to call set card as well with the new data. So hopefully that works. Okay. And additionally, I want to hide the bottom sheet. Yes, thank you, Copilot. Cool. Let's do a quick reload here and then check. So we go into my real task. We again check in Supabase, nothing is assigned. I will assign this to myself. It says assigned to Simon, and we see the connection here. The task is assigned to the user, and I can of course go into the image as well, assign this to someone else, and voila, we get this. Nice. Oh, cool. And additionally, we see we get our icon because the card is now assigned to a user. And if I go back into that, it would say assigned to Simon. And I could, of course, change this as well to a different user. And then we'll change the value here. Let's also try to archive this card. Yep, works nice as well. And it should set the done flag here to true for the one card. All right, I think we are heading towards the end of this clone, and we, as I said and promised, gonna end with a big bang, which is push notification. Honestly, I'm a bit scared of this last chapter, and it took me like 5 minutes to finally hit record, because implementing push notifications is always really challenging. There are like 5 to 10 different steps that we need to take in an order, and we need to piece together things. So I will try to make it as easy as possible, but sorry if we jump around between different services and things. This just requires a lot of work between different services, especially in our case. So what is the idea? We want to assign a task to a user and then send a push notification to that user. How does this work? Okay, let's start easy. Let's look at our Supabase database. Right now, we actually already have something going on, a trigger when a card is assigned. Why is that the case? We had somewhere in our SQL, let's check it out, notify user. That is a trigger. So we created this trigger initially, and this runs whenever a new value is added into cards, or here it is. So create trigger on card assigned before update on card. So whenever we update a card, the notify user function would run. It would check if the assignee changed. So if the new assigned is not equal to the old assigned, then we would insert into our notifications table the user ID, a body, and a card ID. So with the new user assigned ID, a simple text, and an ID. And actually this is already happening. So while we assigned a few of our cards, you should have noticed that under notifications, we got this. So we got the user ID, you've been assigned a new card, some information like the card ID and whatever we want. Okay, that is the first part that already works. We could probably also just do it on the cards table, but I thought it would be a tiny bit easier if we had this notifications table. Now, the next step is that we need to trigger a push notification. For that, in the first step, we need to grab the push token of a user and eventually store it to the user. So here we have a column push token in our users table that needs to be filled out when the user runs this application. Once we got the push token and once a notification is added here or a row is added here, we want to trigger an edge function in Supabase. That edge function should get this data. We have the user ID. We can easily retrieve the push token for that user. And then we can make a post request to the Expo Dev services. So Expo has a nice push service that we can use that makes this really, really easy. And we send in the push token that we got from the user, the message, and Expo creates the push notification and sends it to the device. Okay, you see, only explaining the flow and the architecture took already like 5 minutes, so it's going to be somewhat challenging. But let's give it a try. We start. First of all, we need to install some packages. We need the Expo notifications package and the Expo device and Expo constants. Once we got this, we will add a new hook. Yes, this might sound strange, but I thought it would be quite easy to put all the information into a use push hook. So use push.ts. We don't need to make this a functional export component. Can we do React Native component? No, React Native functional export. Actually, that should be fine. But in case of use push, we will not really return any kind of view. We're just gonna have it like this. Okay, export default use push should be fine. Now, in one of our layouts, we need to call this. And I think once we're authenticated, that would be a good point. So let's simply bring in use push here and close this. And then once we're signed in, we should hopefully get our token. Now, this only works on a real device. And we also need to connect this now correctly to the push services of Expo. In order to do so, we should configure the EAS build for this. Even if you do a local build or something, I found this the easiest way. So you need the EAS CLI, Expo Application Services, and then you start with EAS build configure. Okay, yeah, there's something new. Existing EAS project found for Trello Clone. Configure this project. No, I actually want a new project. Okay, I can run EAS init to configure. EAS init. Let's do this. No, I still don't want to link to that project. Or maybe we can do, but I really wanted to show you something else. Let's see, which name is this using? Is it because of the slug? If I call it Trello video, would this change matters? Okay, so I call this Trello video. Let's do it again. Would you like to create a project for Trello video? Yes, this is what we want to do. So we're creating a fresh project and we should be able to see it somewhere. Would you like to, can I just go there? Open this up. Okay, here is my new project in Expo. So you can access this Expo Dev. You need to create a free account. Then we can do the EAS build configure. Which platform would you like to configure? Let's just use all. Okay, that's done. So this should have changed my app.json and inserted the EAS project ID. That one's important. There's another important thing, because I want to make my build locally. I know some of you are using EAS, especially if you're on Windows, you can build for Mac using EAS in the cloud, but I want to make a local build. Again, if you want to see all the builds, check out my video on all the ways how you can build your project, but especially on a Mac, it's quite easy to do this locally and you're not bound to like the queues if you've built a few times with EAS. So what we need to do in order to make this work is go into the iOS block and add a block for entitlements. And within the entitlements, we're gonna put Apple Push Services Environment Development. So probably if you go to prod, you might change this value here. But for the moment, for our application, this should be enough. I think that's everything we had to configure in here to make this work. So now, if you have never used EAS before, you can also run EAS device create. Okay, and then use when you're inside the project directory and follow along the steps here. Basically, you need to make sure that your device for iOS is registered in the Apple team in your account, and so it's included in the certificate and yada yada yada. But I don't really need this right now, but what I need is one build here, so I can actually create one build locally. So I will use EAS build -- local -- profile development -- platform iOS. Okay, this is important because now this is making a connection to my Apple account. If I previously check in the certificates here in my Apple account, I won't find, what was my name? Trello video. So previously I did something like the Trello Clone, but Trello video is not part here, and then we would get some problems once we run the app on a device. So by making my first EAS build, doesn't matter if it's local or on the services, this would configure the push notifications correctly. Everything ignored because in iOS, yes, build will use a value found in the native code. I don't know if I actually want this. I want to log in to my account. Okay, yeah, this is a potential problem. It used my pre-built settings, and we won't do that. So let's do pre-build -- clean with all the new stuff we got going on. The problem is I changed my bundle identifier here, and I really wanted to have that so I can show you that we're going through a clean process and I'm not using my previous existing Trello Clone certificate. For Android, the whole process is a bit easier. For push notifications, there's actually not a whole lot you need to configure. You need the service key, I think, and you should be able to see where's Expo Push? Where is my note on that? Okay, this one's done. What was the command I was running before? This was it. Well, yeah, I think this time it should hopefully use my Trello video. Yeah, it uses bundle identifier Trello video. It's fetching something. I will use whatever distribution certificate that I have. I will include all the devices. And then it should ask me for some push notifications. Would you like to set up push notifications? Yes, absolutely. Okay, currently valid on Apple servers. That's cool. Okay, so just in your case, follow along with the questions here. Let Expo create all the required stuff. That's a lot easier than if you would do this manually. And once you get this, so now it's actually already doing the build. We don't really need that build, by the way, I think. More important is that if I now refresh here, I should find my Trello video, right? So Expo created this certificate or this identifier here, and it also hopefully enabled push notifications, right? That's important. Good. We actually haven't written any kind of code to retrieve the push token. Maybe it's a good time now. A big thanks I want to say to Thor, who had a video series on this that inspired me to actually add this functionality. He also has a great example for Expo push notifications. We can borrow some of the code. You can also look this up in Expo push. So going over here, oh, and there's actually a push notification tool. That's also quite cool. but here is how it's working. So we could use some of the code in here if we wanted to. Do we want to? Maybe we're gonna grab some of the code. That might make sense. So let's pick up what we got in here and kick off our use push hook. Okay, so we import a bunch of things. I actually don't think we need anything from React Native. We need Expo device, we need Expo notification, and we might need the constants. So then we have some general settings for the notifications, and we can probably use the whole with here today. I would just set play sound. We can also set this to true. It doesn't matter too much. Then we have the actual hook. Inside of the hook, I want to do a couple of things. So we want the router. We're going to do some cool routing later. Okay, let's get this. Then I need a functionality from my use Supabase hook, because there's actually something included that's important for us. And that is the, going down, I think there's the last one, set user push token, which simply uses the token and upserts the entry in the users table using the user ID and the push token. Okay, simple update there. Okay, so we need set user push token. Then we need two more things that are also part here of this example. Actually, this is quite, so we need the notification listener and the response listener. This is important because we don't want to create any kind of memory leaks. That's why we bring them in. And then we have a use effect block in which we set up everything. So here we would like to call register for push notification. And I think we have an additional function for that. So if you check out the code, it registers for push, then it uses the listener, and then we return the listener. Pretty much, I think we can use the whole use effect block, honestly. So we're kind of doing this. We just need to fix a couple of things. We can catch this. Let's just console log the error here. In these cases, we want to probably also log out something like the notification. This is the notification received listener. So there's a tiny difference between receiving a notification or clicking on the notification. And then we need the register function. So the register function is actually quite large here. Let's see if we can bring this in. Okay, I will actually use mine here. So this is how it looks. We need to handle the registration error. Yes, we can bring all of that in. Let's do this above the functionality. We need to check for the platform, and I think, yeah, that's it. So all of the Expo code is now here. I just restructured it a bit. If we register for push notifications, what are we doing? If the platform is iOS, for Android, we're gonna do it like this, set notification channel. So you have to set up this channel. The rest here is wrapped in is device, because if we're not on a device, push notifications won't work inside the simulator. And then it's just like doing a little dance of getting the permissions, requesting some permissions. If they're granted, they do something. We try to get the EAS project ID. If we don't have that, we're gonna throw an error. And finally, we can get the Expo push token for our project ID. We're actually logging this out and then returning it. So now our use effect would call that function in the beginning. And I want to change this here now. So if we do get back a token, I would like to set this user push token. And I'm pretty sure that exists. So let's say here, actually we don't need, we can confirm this with our data super easily. The build was successful, but I'm actually not using the, I could probably use it, but I want to show you that we can also just do a pre-build for my device. npx expo run iOS -- device. Yes, I want to use my device, and additionally, this doesn't have to be on the latest version because we just need to assign it to a user, and then the notification in the tables would be created. There are a couple more steps, so we are definitely not yet done. We need to account for a few more things. So this is, if this runs on my device later, simply setting my push token. Now we also need the cloud function. For our cloud function, we can use and turn to our Supabase functions once again. So within that folder, I want to run Supabase functions new push. Okay, because we're using here the Dino workspace. I hope this, we'll close this one. And we got a new one, push here. And it looks like this. Now, at this point, I really like to use the, where's the example from? Here it is. This is the from Thor, the example. Thank you so much, Thor. That was epic work on the push notifications. I think I don't need everything. What is this? This is interesting. I've never seen that before. Let's go back here. Okay, let's close this and let's see. I want to start by importing create client, and I want to import or add two interfaces. For the notification, you see, this is how it looks in the database, and this is our webhook payload. Where is the webhook payload coming in? Again, I'm sorry that this is a lot to take in, but we're gonna set up a webhook here. Actually, what is this? This is my original project, I guess. So I need to go back to the Trello video. And under webhooks, I will enable a webhook. Okay, I need to enable this and I need to create a new hook. So I can call this notify user. So conditions to fire the webhook. This would fire whenever something is added to notifications. So after an insert, I will call a Supabase edge function, which we haven't deployed yet, and create a post to that. So the function basically gets the notification, and the payload of this webhook is simply the interface we see here. Now, additionally, we need to retrieve an entry from the database. So we will create our Supabase client again using the Dino environment and the secrets that are available. Additionally, there's one thing going on right now with my app. So maybe I can very soon show you the application here. That would be cool. It's still searching for my local server. So once the application is up, we're gonna come back to that. I will try to log in the background. So what is DinoServe doing? First of all, we can, let's remove it. Then we can extract the payload from our request, and we can actually, if we want to, do a little log here. We're gonna later see this. Now, what we need to do is we want from that payload retrieve the push token. The push token is not in the notification, remember? The notification just looks like this. We could eventually have added it there. That would make it easier, but that's too easy for us. So instead, we're using our Supabase client here. From my users table, I want to select the push token where the user ID is equal to payload.record.user_ID. Actually, let's just select everything. Maybe you want something more out of this. Then you can also put in a little data log here. And with that in place, we can grab the push token. So push_token equals data.push_token. Data is possibly null. Yeah, that could be the case. So let's make this optional here. Property push token does not exist on any. Yes, we need to change this to only return a single element. Okay, and now it gets interesting. Now we need to make the push with that token to the Expo servers. How do we do this? That is a pretty good question. We can turn to the documentation here again and show how they're doing it. So they're also making a push notification here, and I call this code. Let's just take this for the moment and look at it. Okay, and I will say const result equals await fetch. We need to make a fetch request to the Expo servers, push send, method post, headers, accept application JSON, that's fine. But most importantly, we need to set the authorization here. And this is where it gets interesting again. Body JSON stringify. We're going to stringify the following. So to push token, that is the push token of that user. Sound default, body is just the text. And give it some title, and you can under data include some arbitrary payload if you want to as well. So in my case, I'm just adding the card ID, because then if we retrieve the push, we are able to automatically open that card. Once this is done, I will actually add a then block and convert this to JSON. And finally, return new response. JSON stringify res, and then for the headers content type application JSON. Good. Now there's just one more thing missing. So in this example, I don't know, do they set the authorization somewhere or talk about this? Yes, you need a paid developer Apple account for iOS. For Android, you need to configure Firebase Cloud messaging to get credentials. Test this, you start this, and then you can use the push notifications tool if you want to. And here is information about the API. Do they talk about the authorization header? Where do they talk about that? It's interesting that I don't see anything regarding that, because this should definitely be required. Anyway, let's see. I have deployed my app. I probably still need to sign in here, but eventually, okay, yes, go. Eventually, this should work quite easy with Clerk. Continue. Yes, sign in, use my face, go ahead. And we're in. And we want to allow push notifications, and voila, we get an exponent push token. Exponent was how it was Expo was called in the beginning. So at this point, we are at a pretty good spot. We should now see that my user has a token assigned. Let's go to the users database. And here we go. The exponent push token is assigned to that user. We could probably now already test this. Let's see. If I copy this out and go to they have like a testing tool. Where is it? Trello, push. Where's the testing tool? Expo's push notification. Can we do this? Here we go. Message title test. My body. I will just try. I have no idea. I think insufficient permissions to send push notifications to Super Simon Trello video. I think I know the reason. So as I said, I assume we need authentication here to do this. And I've set this up previously. So in your Expo account, you can go to access tokens. And there's one token I already created before. Can I copy this? No, not really, but I can create a new one. So let's call this one Trello video. I generate a new token. I will copy this. And this token, let's try if the push notification tool works with this token. Probably still not exactly. Okay, I just noticed that, where's my device? Didn't I just have this open? Here it is back again. So if I do send a notification now, test 2, I should see this. actually, here we go. Test my body. I'm in focus mode, so that's probably why it's not working. So let's maybe quickly exit my focus mode. So I'm not in do not disturb mode anymore. And once we do that, we have a push notification. Okay, I hope you got to this point because this feels really good. Now, there are just a tiny few more things that we need to do and you will be able to send push notifications. So, the use push hook is working. We got our token. We have assigned it to the user. We have created this access token. Now, whenever we make a call to the Expo servers, we need to supply this in here. So technically we need to do Bira and then the token. But this is where we can use the Supabase secrets. So I will just say at this point, dino.env.get Expo, let's call it Expo access token. Okay. Additionally, next to my functions or in the Supabase folder, I'm not in the Supabase folder, so I need to go here to Supabase and I want to create a new file. I will call this .env, and I could also just set this through the CLI, but it's kind of a bit nicer to do it like this. So Expo access token equals the token we just grabbed. Is this really my token? I feel like this is not my token. No, it looks like this is it. Okay, the other one just looked like this, so now it looks like this. No big deal, no big deal. This is my token. Cool. So save this in the Supabase folder, and once you get this, we can deploy our function. Deploying the function should work pretty easy. So let's go ahead with first of all, uploading our secrets. So Supabase secrets, secrets set. Oh, we're in the wrong folder. Let's go to the top folder. Supabase secrets set --env file as the argument, and then the path to that file. So it should be under supabase.env. Let's deploy this. Finished. A new version. Yeah, I don't care about that right now. And we should see this under my edge functions. When we manage the secrets, we now have my Expo access token here as a managed secret. Now, once we got this, we can deploy my function. So Supabase functions deploy push. And this time I will actually not disable JWT verification. So we're going to account for that in a second. Cool. This should deploy my edge function. Let's see. Here we go. We got a push function. Push endpoint region. It enforces JWT verification. That's good. So now let's move to the database. And I'm getting really excited internally. Let's go to webhooks. We enabled the webhooks before. Let's make this a bit bigger. Let's give us a bit more space here. Okay, create a new hook. I will call this push. Again, table is the notifications table. Whenever an insert, and I just don't want to hide this. Whenever an insert happens here, I want to call a Supabase edge function using post, using my push function. And for the HTTP headers, I will add an auth header with my service key, so I'm authenticated. You could also send in more information, but that should be enough. Okay, let's create the webhook. We got it here. This will also now show up as a database trigger as far as I know, right? And now, I think we can do the magic. Let's do the magic. This is the app running on my device. So I'm signed in as some whatever random user here. And this is the simulator. I hope I can still, please. I can still use it. It's a bit broken here because of like the missing imports, but I think we should be able to still use it. So I will assign this from Simon to the other Apple user. And yeah, finally, it works. You have been assigned to a card. Oh my, that feels so good. Oh my, I got goosebumps right now because I was so scared. You know, remember how I said I'm so scared of this lesson? Oh goodness. It works. Okay, it works. I just need to calm down, relax inside. Whew. Again, I know this was a lot jumping around between files, but eventually it all comes together and it all hopefully works for you as well. We saw the log that we received a notification. That one's quite interesting. You can do whatever you want at this point with the notification. I think more interesting is actually this point where people click on the notification. So at that point, what we could do is we could grab the card ID. Maybe can we go back and see the log again? So let's bring up my log again. And then I want to click on that notification. Okay, so here I clicked on it, add notification, response, received listener. And now it would be pretty cool if I could expand this. Okay, here is the notification. And I'm too fast again, probably. Oh my, I just wanted to expand this and see the data. Why are you so slow? Well, then let's look here. Here is just... Okay, so you gotta trust me on this one, this last bit. And I think after 5 hours or whatever this recording took, I'm pretty sure you trust me. So the card ID here is equal to response notification dot request dot content data card. Remember, we place this intentionally here in the payload, so this is where you can have any kind of other information you want to send included with that push notification. And we're extracting this now to get the card ID, and then because we use the goodness of Expo Router, we can just call push, and we need to push to /board/card/card ID. And once we do this, don't mind this too much. I will just go back to the initial user here. Once we do this, where is my device? Here it is. Once we do this and assign this now to the good old other user, we get the push, we click the push, and it opens the card. And with this, my friends, we have successfully completed this Trello clone build. I know visually it is probably not the biggest thing compared to the other clones like the ChatGPT or the WhatsApp things we did with all the micro interactions, but what we did with this clone is we implemented a lot of real and hard functionality from like the authentication, the webhooks, and managing Supabase and Clerk at the same time, to tokens, to now arriving at push notifications. And I really hope you arrive at the same state and then you can celebrate yourself. Alright, that's it for the Trello clone. I really hope you enjoyed this build. I certainly did. It was different than the other clones we did before. By the way, if you haven't seen them, check them out. We got something about Airbnb, WhatsApp clone, ChatGPT clone, all the other clones, and you don't want to miss them. There's pretty cool stuff in those as well. But this one was a lot about making real functionality happen in your app. How you navigate around, pass information around, how you use push notifications, images and stuff like that you use in actually a lot of applications. So I really hope this gives you like a foundation for your React Native skills that you can transfer to your own applications in the future. By the way, speaking of the future, check out galaxies.dev, where a lot of new courses are coming currently, and we got everything to get you unstuck with React Native and take you to the next level so you can build epic applications. And epic applications can also be built with the two sponsors of today. So again, check out Clerk at clerk.com and Supabase, it's still supabase.com. Both of them are epic and I use them for all my own projects. I wouldn't use them as sponsors for these videos if I think they suck, but they are really epic. So if you stick with me for the whole time, I haven't checked out all the hours after recording. I'm very grateful that you've been with me through all of this. Leave a comment below if you want to see another clone in the future with a different topic, and I hope you enjoyed this. Stay subscribed and I will catch you in the next one. So until then, happy coding, Simon.